Old Mage Guy is now live. Streaming politics. Morning news with OMG.
Oh, morning home. I'm freaking hurt right now. That muscle that was pissed off yesterday's pleasantly relaxed out. So, yeah. Which, of course, also means I'm up early. You can just do it backwards. With this. Really sucking. I got a muscle pissed off. The coffee's brewing. I'm up. Kinda don't want to be, but don't have much choice. One body ain't gonna let me sleep. Okay. Let's roll this. Okay. Yeah, these don't stay overnight like they should. Not completely.
Federal courts, attorney generals, we the people are standing up to Donald Trump. A lot of momentum this week. Let me tell you what went down. Donald Trump and his Department of Justice made that corrupt bargain with corrupt New York City Mayor Eric Adams to try to have his case dismissed. A federal judge by the name of Federal Judge O said, no, I am not going to dismiss this right away. We need to explore the circumstances surrounding this dismissal, and he appointed an independent amicus curiae. We'll talk about who that was to submit a report to the court. Lots of rhyming in that intro. Also, temporary restraining order tsunamis. We'll talk about what's going on there with all the TROs, and a federal judge named Judge Ali, again, keeping that rhyme theme right there, is saying you are awfully close to being held in contempt, Trump administration, for violating the temporary restraining order, saying that you can't stop funding USAID. We'll talk about some of the other TROs as well, including one that found its way to the United States Supreme Court. Yep, we got the Supreme Court's first major ruling during this Trump administration. We'll tell you what went down. Also, as I said before, the media started to stand up. You had Ann Selzer, the Iowa pollster. She struck back after Donald Trump filed some frivolous, bogus lawsuit against her, saying that her polling caused him damages, even though he ended up winning the election, and that she had every right to submit her poll. She issued a very powerful motion trying to get Donald Trump's case dismissed. We'll talk about that. Also, the Associated Press, as urged by Mr. Acosta when he joined me in an interview here on the Midas Touch Network, they kind of took his advice and they filed a lawsuit against Donald Trump for Trump banning them from the press room because they refused to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. That's how petty and weak and silly and ridiculous and dangerous, frankly, Donald Trump is. And even CBS seems to be fighting back. We weren't sure if CBS was going to literally sell out to try to settle this bogus case that Donald Trump filed against 60 Minutes because Donald Trump didn't like the way they edited their interview with former Vice President Kamala Harris, even though Donald Trump was too afraid himself to do the interview with 60 Minutes, and even though the editing was not even of any substance at all, and they had every right to edit however they want to. But Donald Trump said he, and get this, MAGA Republican Congress member Ronnie Jackson were consumers, and that having to watch that injured them to the tune of $20 billion. Why Ronnie Jackson? Because Ronnie Jackson's the Congress member from Amarillo, Texas, and Donald Trump wanted to get the case filed in Amarillo, Texas before a federal judge named Matthew Kaczmarek, who's previously ruled in favor of MAGA on just about everything. So they were forum shopping the case there. But CBS is like, bet you're saying $20 billion of damages? Okay, show me your crypto wallet, Donald. Let's do discovery. Let's take your deposition. Let's get all of your financials because you're saying $20 billion. Let's go. Now, who knows if they're eventually going to settle or not, but at least that was a good indication right there. Also, you had Donald Trump calling himself a king this week, and he posted photos of himself with a crown on his head that said, "Long live the king," from his account and the official White House account. This, I guess, was related to Donald Trump trying to block congestion pricing in New York, a plan that was already successful in New York City, and that New York had every prerogative to pursue on its own. But Donald Trump's now calling himself a king, and what? He's having Ed Martin, his United States attorney, threaten members of Congress for calling for protests and saying that he's going to go after them and he's criminally investigating them. That and more on the Legal AF podcast. Popok, how are you? Busy week, huh?
Wow. Busy week indeed. You and I are drinking from a fire hose just to keep up with it all at the intersection of law and politics. And, listen, let's just take a long view here. Things are working about the way that you and I and Karen had predicted they would when the election didn't go our way. It didn't end up with democracy being reinforced, but instead a tremendous challenge to our democracy and our rule of law with the election of our first felon president. We said the federal courts were going to serve a historic role in a way maybe, certainly already, in a way they've never had to before. Even during the civil rights movement, there were, of course, dozens, even hundreds of cases that were filed and made their way to the United States Supreme Court. But we're only 4 weeks and a couple of days into this administration. We already have 83 cases that have been filed in federal courts against Donald Trump's administration and his acts. And we already have, almost 36 injunctions, whether you call it a temporary restraining order, you call it an administrative stay, you call it a preliminary, any of those things have already been issued against the more than 50 executive orders, because Donald Trump, of course, is ruling by fiat in the form of an executive order, which is the weakest way for a president to operate. It's the reason why the recent Gallup Ipsos poll came out and put Donald Trump at the bottom of his, first 100 days, first 4 weeks. He's 10 points under Joe Biden to start his administration. 2/3 of Americans think he's on the wrong track with the policies that he's implementing, and that he's not doing enough to help them in their daily lives. And they feel that way because he's not doing enough to help them in their daily lives at all. He's on his, as you've referred to it, he's on his retribution tour. He's on his handing out money to his oligarch and pro buddies tour, and he hasn't gotten around to helping the American people. Federal judges are so far holding. The line is holding. The firewall that we envisioned with the right federal judges in the right locations and the right appellate courts are holding. And we already have, out of this cauldron of all of these lawsuits and all of these TROs bubbled up already, is the first appeal, emergency appeal by the Trump administration on an issue to the United States Supreme Court, which you and I are going to talk about. And it was a rejection for now, although I want to talk about that. We also woke up at the end of this week with maybe, I don't know yet, I'm cautiously optimistic, the return of a robust mainstream media that has found its balls, its voice, and its First Amendment freedom of press instincts. I only half joked that it's the same week that America, outside of the Midas Mighty and the Legal AFers, woke up to find that Midas Touch is the #1 podcast and network in the country. And that led mainstream media to have actual clips where they said, yeah, we've been, I love it jumping on the bandwagon. Yeah, we follow those guys. We love those guys. They're great. And everyone's like, who? Those that aren't in our world. And the Joe Rogan people were all upset with it. But Right on cue. Right on cue. CBS, who's trying to cut a deal to allow its parent company, Paramount, to merge with Skydance, filed a very aggressive request for all of Donald Trump's finances and financials, including his meme coin, in Texas. We'll talk about that Texas case and why it's in front of Judge Kaczmarek. And then you've got Associated Press, a little bit late on the draw, although I'm not sure that's going to hurt them when we get to that segment. I'll talk about that on irreparable harm. But finally waking up and saying, yeah, no, it's not okay that one of the major foundational news organizations that thousands of news entities, news media, rely on for their reporting in order to do their work, and billions of viewers. It's not okay to say you can't come into the Oval Office for press conferences. You can't come onto Air Force One, because Donald Trump, as I joked on one of my hot takes, is like an incontinent puppy. He drops shit bombs all over the place, and you got to be there. That moment when he's really tired after 36 holes of golf on Air Force One, you got to be on that plane for him to say some crazy crap that he says, and you got to be in there in the Oval Office when he's got his co-president Elon Musk fielding questions. You can't hear about it later. And so AP finally, after a week, finally got around to filing their motion, and we'll talk about what we think will be the results of that particular case.
That's why our coverage here on the Midas Touch Network has to be ruthless, relentless, and also very smart. And what's so important that we do here on Legal AF is to make this legal knowledge accessible.
Yeah, first thing, last thing, right?
Stephen Miller holds a press conference, for example, and says, the role of the government is you elect the president gets to tell you whatever he wants to do. He's democratically elected, and he says, you do this, you do this. And then you go, actually, let's be clear, we have multiple branches of government, 3 co-equal branches of government. We have the executive, we have Congress, the House of Representatives, and the Senate, and we have the judiciary. They're supposed to be co-equal. Congress passes the law, and the president is supposed to faithfully execute the laws. The president is not allowed to say, I am the law. Once the law is signed, he can execute it. An executive order is not a law. An executive order I've described as like if you're the captain of the ship and Congress tells you, hey, this is a cruise from New York to the Bahamas. You have to go to New York to the Bahamas because Congress tells you to go to the New York Bahamas. You can't go from New York to Greenland. That's not what the law said. An executive order sometimes says, am I going to use this type of fuel to get there or that type of fuel? Am I going to have this amount of life rafts or that amount of life rafts to enforce the underlying law to the extent there's ambiguity? But executive orders don't come in and fundamentally change the law. When Congress appropriates money and says it's going to places, you don't get to say, no, I'm not putting it there.
Right.
That's what dictators do. That's
right.
not the system that we have here
right.
in
you get to do means and methods to execute the law set by Congress.
Yes.
I got it cheaper from CD Keys.
I got it cheaper from
That is the accurate place for
exactly as the captain.
a president. Look at these guys. 1% right. Maybe you're the one steering the ship. It doesn't mean that you're the one that decides where it's going. As a matter of fact, you're 100% not. That's our job.
You can execute the laws, but you can't fundamentally change them. So let's go through all of the legal news, for example, and let's show you what's going on here. There are 3 clips, I think, that summarize it best. And then I want to get to Judge Ho's ruling. Then I want to talk about some of these TROs. Then I want to talk about the media standing up. So right here, this was from Friday. Donald Trump was hosting, because this happens, every year, the governor's conference at the White House. An awkward thing when Donald Trump's attacking all of these Democratic governors every day in general. And this event's supposed to be collegial, cordial. The governors show up to the White House. There's a lunch. Before that, there's one that Donald Trump held with the Republican governors. But this session's the bipartisan one. It's not supposed to be controversial. But of course, Donald Trump uses it to literally call out the Democratic governor from Maine who tried to bully her in public. I want you to watch what went down. Let's play the clip.
Is the Maine here, the governor of Maine? Are you not going to comply with it? We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any
Bully!
funding.
Bully!
Good, I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
Fucking bully.
And enjoy your life after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. Every state.
Enjoy your life after being an elected governor. I don't think you'll enjoy it. I will not give your state federal funding. I mean, that right there, that's no longer a democracy. What you just witnessed was a dictatorship. Good for Governor Mills and standing up to Donald Trump. I do want to say one thing, too. Lost in all of these executive orders that Donald Trump's given. So Donald Trump gave an interpretation of Title IX, which says that men and female sports are supposed to get equal resources. There's a major ruling that has occurred that basically says that college athletes and athletes of all forms are allowed to get paid endorsement money now for their name, image, and likeness. Former President Biden said that under Title IX, which says that men and female sports get equal access to facilities and get equal access to resources. Former President Biden said men and female sports in college and other entities that get funding from federal government should be equal. Just to be clear, Donald Trump's executive order, no one's really talking about this, says that that's not the case. So now all of the male sports are going to get all of the name, image, and likeness revenue, which based on the settlement that's taking place is in the $20 million range. So women per team, so women are literally going to lose out on hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in funding for female sports because of what Donald Trump did. While attacking 9 transgender athletes in the NCAA, he literally gutted female sports. It was the most anti-female sports move you could possibly do while distracting that by saying he was going after transgender people. There was 9 NCAA athletes. I just wanted to make that point. Then Kash Patel sworn in as FBI director, and in his speech, again, Kash Patel, wholly unqualified, dangerous. He's now the FBI director thanks to the spineless Republicans. Let's show you what he said when he was sworn in. Let's play it.
Thank you for trusting me. Crazy.
This is effing crazy. That's where we are. This is effing crazy. What is effing crazy is that you have people like Kash Patel running the FBI, and you have Elon Musk and his brigade of 19 and 25-year-olds who now have access to your social security information, your private information, your medical records, your tax information, access to the payment systems in the Treasury, access to do anything that they want with your private information while they are firing hardworking federal employees, gutting them. Also, a lot of disabled veterans, destroying their lives, and then mocking the individuals when they fire them. And they have like 19-year-old kids who call themselves Mr. Big Balls going around. Let me just show you this right here. Here's Jamie Raskin calling himself, talking about who's running Doge even, because...
I'm sorry, Ben, but there's a lot of immaturity on the right-hand side of politics. There's no two ways around that. That comment you just made about the whole younger people going around calling themselves Mr. Big Balls, yeah, their fucking parents do that shit. It's not just the kids. Or, in this case, young adults. Literally. Dublin, that's a no. Young lady. You listen. Don't make me get up. I heard enough as it is.
Now, they're trying to say that Elon Musk isn't running Doge. Like, what's going on here? You're playing this clip.
The administration took the position in court this week that Elon Musk is not the head of Doge and is not leading Doge. So who is leading Doge? Is it the young man who calls himself Big Balls? Is it the racist on the night crew who's proud of the fact that he was a racist before all of his friends were racist and says that we should legitimize Indian hate? Who is Doge?
And the reason they're saying Elon Musk now is not running Doge is because they don't want Elon Musk to get subpoenaed. They don't want him to have to go through discovery. They want to say he's a special advisor to Donald Trump so they can claim executive privilege, Presidential Records Act immunity, and avoid Freedom of Information Act requests and not have to be transparent while they go on social media platforms and lie about it. But yes, you have Kash Patel. This is effing crazy, man. It's effing crazy. I'm the FBI director, man. I guess I'm the FBI director. You've got Pete Hegseth, a former Fox News host, firing 4-star generals. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, C.Q. Brown, getting fired by social media posts by Donald Trump and bringing in someone who was not qualified, who had to get an exemption because they're not qualified. Having people like Mr. Big Balls getting your private information. And Popak, people are pissed in this moment, huh? People are pissed in this moment, huh? People are angry right now. We're seeing it in the town halls. There's an awakening where I think every American now has been negatively impacted, whether it's the markets crashing, whether it's surging prices, whether it's getting directly fired, whether it's all of our privacy being invaded. And the key here, though, Popak, is the intersection of law and
Find
politics,
me in other places Discord, Twitter,
this is trampling
YouTube,
over our
Steam,
legal
Xbox,
rights.
and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as
Yeah, I mean,
page.
look, we had hoped, in a perverse way, silver lining way, that Donald Trump would really be delusional and believe his own, get high on his own supply, so to speak, of his a bare win over Kamala Harris. I've said it before. You cannot interpret if you're reasonable and logical. You cannot interpret what happened in November as any type of landslide or mandate or the magnification of America. Not if you look at the polling, the exit polling, and the electoral data closely. We know what happened. I mean, you and I can spend shows talking about what happened. Donald Trump interpreted the fact that he was able to overcome felony convictions and indictments to win an election, saying he'd have a free hand to destroy all of the parts of the government that we actually thought were working pretty well, and has failed to improve those that aren't working very well. Like 75% of the people think the post office is just fine. It's actually the one thing that all political stripes can agree on. And that's the thing that Donald Trump has decided to completely destroy, including the $3 trillion of commerce, and try to take it under his thumb in violation of federal law and turn it over to the Commonwealth. For those that were worried about their Treasury Department refunds, IRS, food stamps, Social Security, and other things, maybe some people still receiving them by mail, and you're worried about Elon Musk interfering with it on the back end, you should worry about the failure of the Postal Service under Donald Trump, who's sucking in all of the administrative agencies and all of the cabinet level positions and putting them under his greasy thumb. And he's doing it for two reasons. One, he wants to completely immobilize and undermine and hollow out these agencies. And these are the very agencies that people, blue and red state people, rely on if you're not like a business owner and you don't have a high net worth. Your interaction with the government is much greater than the Republicans give it credit for. People that rely on Social Security, disability, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, student loans, veterans benefits, children health care benefits, Obamacare, those tentacles touch everyone, and Donald Trump wants to bring it all in one to slow it down and stop the funding, thinking if he gives us a $2,500 Doge dividend, that will replace everything that he's destroyed. And then he had this thing, I don't think we talked about it last Saturday, where he came up with an executive order where only Donald Trump and Pam Bondi, of all people, who could barely put a sentence together, let alone clear thought, they're going to be the only people in America that can interpret for the executive branch and administrative agencies the law. Like, only they can give the opinion. Well, how is an administrator in a department or cabinet level who has to make a decision about an interpretation of a regulation? They're going to go back to Donald Trump and Pam Bondi? We're talking hundreds of agencies. Thousands of decisions every day get made because he wants the bottleneck in all in his office because he doesn't want those agencies and departments to fulfill their missions. Cut them down to size by firing all of their staff or turning off all their funding. He's going to make them have analysis paralysis where they can't make a decision without Donald Trump's approval. So you got that going on. And then on top of that, the impact on the American people, as you've laid out. He has, the silver lining is he has swung so far to the right and tried to implement this wet dream of the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 and people on the Supreme Court like Gorsuch and Alito and Thomas, which is the unitary president, all-powerful, infallible, omniscient president that floats above the other branches of government because you don't have co-equal branches of government.
I'll say it before, I'll say it again. Fuck Justice Thomas. That motherfucker needs an ass beating.
Any longer into that theory, and he's taken it literally. He thinks his claim to fame, his legacy that he's trying to establish in front of the American people is that when he gets shot down in the midterms in 2 years, when he loses, and I believe he'll lose badly, and we'll get that.
This is a prediction. Trump will be shot down, but it's not by voting or voters. You see, when somebody like Luigi comes on the scene, corporate CEOs, people like Trump, should be fucking scared. Because if there's one, you know there's a fuck ton more of us waiting in the wing. We are all different with different methods. We share one thing in common. We're fed up with people breaking the laws just because they got some kind of piece of paper that supposedly says they can. Yeah, that means cops too. Y'all want to talk about oversight and overreach? Well, guess what? The people are about to do it for you. And you should have done it yourself.
House and the Senate back. That he will have at least implemented his view of the presidency. Here's the problem with it, and this is why I'm surprised even the senators are going along with it. Today it's Donald Trump. Okay? Tomorrow, and in 3 years plus, it could likely be a Democratic president. And so they're going to want all of these powers and all of the destruction of the independent regulatory agencies and the destruction of the independent FBI and the Department of Justice. They want that if it's President Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer or J.B. Pritzker or Pete Buttigieg or whoever we haven't thought about yet that would be president on the Democratic side. They're okay with that. That's the reason you generally don't destroy the institutions or the traditions that have kept our economy, government, civics, national security, domestic policy humming. Don't do that because you have to worry about when you lose. He is the shortest, I know it seems interminable, but he is the shortest of short track.
Alright, Twitch has got a commercial coming up. Let that go. So we've got a 3-minute break. Yeah, the muscles in that part of my arm are still, or shoulder / chest are still pissed off. Ugh. Let me check that. So much so it's really painful in general. So, after morning news, I might kind of force myself to go down and spend some time in the shower. Minute and a half, maybe. I'm in pain. No, I'm not stoned yet. I'm still tired. And I'm still having a wonderful time getting my body to come back to being anything. I'm still torturing. I'd say, muscle's not where it's supposed to be. Alright. Now, Twitch is back.
President's going. Not only because of his age, but because of the amount of time he's got left in office with only one term, doing maximum destruction as best he can. And that's why we have to tie him up and tie him down in the federal courts with injunction after injunction after injunction, and to shoot that to the Supreme Court and try to win as many of those as we can to make him as lame duck as possible. The good news, as you said earlier, the good news is that he's ruling by executive order, which even the Supreme Court believes is the weakest way for a president to operate, because he can't get anything passed with the MAGA Congress, Senate hearing. Right? So that's good for us, because executive orders sometimes aren't worth the paper they're written on, because they almost always violate, at least in the hands of Donald Trump, the Administrative Procedures Act, the First Amendment, the 15th, you name the amendment, and it violates it.
Look, the problem, though, is, and this is why people are letting their voices be heard as well, is because Pete Buttigieg is not going to be a dictator. Gavin Newsom's not going to be a dictator. Democrats won't rule like a dictator. Democrats will preserve an order that relied upon rules and respect. And where people are really getting pissed, though, right now is, hey, one side is breaking all of the freaking rules, and the other side is playing by the rules. And when you don't play by the rules, it's easier. You just go and threaten and extort and kill and maim and torture. That's easier. but creates crisis and problems and a powder keg that we're seeing right now in the country, and it often doesn't end well for authoritarians historically, which is what.
Thus is why I don't like those methods. Thus is why I said a few times. Yeah, I know how to torture somebody, but don't get shit done right. The only way torture can get stuff done properly is if the whole point of the torture is torture. No other reason.
America created the system that was a beacon on the hill for lots of other countries, and now we're reverting back. It's why people are getting pissed, because it's like, you knew that all these other people are not going to be abusive. And you know, when a Democratic administration goes back into power, they'll be like, hey, let's bring people together, let's unify after dealing with all of this crap. And that's the anger, not just amongst Democrats, though, but we're seeing it in red districts as well, with all of these town halls where people are like, y'all are just, what are you doing? Well, why are you giving a kid named Big Balls my private data? What the hell are you doing? This is crazy. Why are you firing disabled veterans? Why are you firing these workers? When we come back, let's get into some of these cases. I want to remind everybody about Michael Popak's new law firm. I'm so proud of him. We're starting the law firm, and they're handling big catastrophic injury cases, almost exclusively those types of cases. So really big car accident cases, big trucking cases, sexual assault cases. Michael Popak is representing a family who tragically lost loved ones on the crash above Washington, D.C., and he's filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration there with his new firm already. So if you have big cases like those, I'm sure Popak wants to handle all of the cases, but the reality is that it's cases just like those. So we want to prioritize those for his firm. So, Popak, just quickly, what's the number?
Yeah, it's the website for Popak. It's thepopakfirm.com. Popakfirm.com. There's a form there for the consultation and the case analysis. It's a contingency fee firm, so we don't get paid unless you do. And then finally, you can also call. It's 1-877-POPAK-AF. I'm trying to keep it simple.
Very simple. Let's take our first quick break of the show. We'll be right back.
Long work weeks and busy weekends, month after month, leave you feeling and looking depleted. ProLon gets sorted out and equips you with a science-backed plan, making it a key tool for your health journey. ProLon's fasting mimicking diet is a revolutionary plant-based nutrition program that nourishes the body while making cells fair fasting. Researched and developed for decades at USC's Longevity Institute and backed by leading U.S. medical centers, ProLon helps support healthy blood sugar, enhance skin appearance, fat loss, and improve energy and focus post-fast. It all starts with their 5-day program. Snacks, soups, and beverages designed to keep your body in a fasting state. No guesswork or planning required. 3 consecutive cycles of ProLon have been shown to reduce your biological age score by an average of 2.5 years, and your waist circumference by 1.5 inches. Look, when I'm craving a real reset, ProLon is the only nutrition program that works for me. It's convenient, backed by Nobel-winning science, and it works. To help you kickstart a health plan that truly works, ProLon is offering Legal AF by Midas Touch listeners 15% off site-wide and $40 bonus gift when you subscribe to their 5-day nutrition program. Just visit ProLonLife.com/LegalAF. That's PROLONLIFE.com/LegalAF to claim your 15% discount and your bonus gift. ProLonLife.com/LegalAF.
Business taxes was always so all-consuming.
Let me tell you, if there's a surefire way to wake up feeling fresh after a night of drinking, it's with pre-alcohol. Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic Drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. And here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. That's the blame for your rough next day. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to make free alcohol your first drink of the night. Drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. So I first gave free alcohol a try when I was visiting Miami for a conference, and let's just say they put the open in open bar. I drank it before my first scotch and soda, and you wouldn't believe how on top of my game I felt the very next morning. With free alcohol, I can stay on track and not let winter travel in celebrations like Valentine's Day, the Super Bowl, and Mardi Gras to rub me off course. Go to zbiotics.com/legalaf to learn more and get 15% off your first order when you use Legal AF at checkout. Z-Biotics is backed with a 100% money-back guarantee. So if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/legalaf and use the code LegalAF at checkout for 15% off. Did you know I have a secret weapon? I know the mascot of every D1 college basketball team by heart, and that usually proves to be a great way to break the ice. Oh, so you're a blue hen, or a violet, or a tar heel, right? A secret weapon is a great asset to have in your back pocket. It helps you get ahead in life. That's how Mack Weldon thinks about clothing, as a secret weapon. Timeless, classic style that's infused with performance fabrics and hidden details. Whether you're looking for light as air underwear, anti-odor tees, or sweaters with lightweight warmth, Mack Weldon has a full range of clothes that feel comfortable all day long and never go out of style. Like this time of year, I love and can't get enough of their warm knit collection. I think I have every piece. Their two-way puffer vest with a button-down shirt is my go-to most of the year. At a meeting, podcasting, or having dinner with my wife. The fit is superb and it's classic and fashion-forward at the same time. Mack Weldon's two-way puffer, for example, is luxurious to the touch, yet reversible and water-resistant on both sides. They're not flashy, just classic. Always in style and made from the world's most comfortable performance materials. Mack Weldon clothes are designed to fit your style and the demands of modern life. They're the go-to choice for guys who want to look great without even trying. Their secret weapon products are amazing, like breathable underwear that keeps you cool, dry, and comfy all day, or crazy comfortable but elegant sweatpants. Get timeless looks with modern comfort from Mack Weldon. Go to MackWeldon.com and get 25% off your first order of $125 or more with promo code LegalAF. That's MackWeldon.com, promo code LegalAF.
Welcome back to Legal AF. Thank you to our pro-democracy sponsors. Michael Popak, let's get right into it. Let's talk about what the federal judge Dale Ho did in New York.
I can't. I've got to go use the bathroom. I'll be back. So sorry. And of course, Loki was bad.
With respect
I was
to
trying to
the
finish video
attempt by the
for-
Trump
I don't know,
administration
down
and their very, very corrupt Department of Justice to dismiss without prejudice the criminal bribery charges against the corrupt New York City mayor, Eric Adams. Everybody will recall that Mayor Adams was charged with engaging in various forms of bribery with foreign governments like Turkey. There was a treasure trove of evidence. But Adams started sucking up to Donald Trump. He went to Mar-a-Lago. He did the walk of shame Mar-a-Lago thing that we saw so many do at the beginning of the Trump administration. They seem to have had some quid pro quo that they talked about on Fox News thereafter about how you had Tom Homan, the border czar, sitting next to Adams right there and basically saying, if you don't do what we told you to do, things are going to get a little, we could come back and we could bring those charges again. He made words to those effect. It was so concerning that all of these people at the Justice Department quit, including lots of right-wing lawyers as well, prosecutors at the SDNY, all the way to their top acting United States attorney there, a lot of their assistant United States attorneys, people in Washington, D.C., and the main justice.
Yeah, but these people are kind of making it clear they shouldn't have been a judge to begin with. They should be trying to do something about it. Just quitting or retiring. Nope, you saw a rough season, you went, I'm out. Instead of realizing where you sat and taking the fight that was on your fucking doorstep. You'd just rather get in the house, run out the back door. No matter the fact that they're unarmed and you've got a fucking shotgun. But don't let those small facts bother you or deter you from running away like a coward. Spineless indeed.
Justice Department, they resigned. They finally got somebody to file this dismissal. But Michael Popok, tell us, what did Judge Ho ultimately do?
Yeah, Judge Ho and any federal judge has what we call inherent authority, and there's also federal rules that allow him not to accept the government, which is the prosecutor. We all, again, the tutorial on how our co-equal branches of government works. The executive branch is the prosecutor, FBI, executive branch, prison system, executive branch. Judiciary is the keeper of the flame of the rules and the law and the interpretation. And when the prosecutor wants to generally dismiss a case, it gets dismissed, and the judge has very little ability to do anything about it, except in certain circumstances, unique circumstances. And that's all we talk about with Donald Trump. It's always unique, aberrational circumstances, because that's his MO. We saw him test the limits and go beyond it of firewalls and guardrails around him in the criminal justice system when he was a defendant in the criminal justice system. And of course, his presidency in the Department of Justice, led by the people that were his lawyers in the criminal justice system, is, of course, they're going to follow that playbook. And they ran into a Judge Ho. And let me just talk about Dale Ho for a minute. Then I'll get to his inherent authority. And then we'll talk about what he did and why I'm not entirely thrilled with what he did, but we'll talk about it. Dale Ho barely squeaked by a very staunch opposition by the Republicans to be confirmed. Great for the Democrats and moderates. He's just the person you'd want to pick. Constitutional scholar, voting rights expert and lawyer for the American Civil Liberties Union and the NAACP. Clerked in that particular courthouse. If you weren't playing politics, Dale Ho 30 years ago, he would have gotten confirmed without really a problem with the president that picked him in Joe Biden. But here, he squeaked by with one vote. But it doesn't matter how many votes you get. It's like the old joke about, what do you call the person that graduates last in his medical school class? Doctor. He's a federal judge for life. And I had a lot of hope. I was like, oh, this is a terrible pick for Donald Trump. Let's see what happens next. And what happened, as you outlined, or started to outline, is that we got a 9-page letter from Danielle Sassoon, who the New Yorkers among us know, shining star among the Federalist Society, a 38-year-old Orthodox Jewish woman attorney in that office, was a rock star. In fact, I was surprised she wasn't picked to be the U.S. attorney by Donald Trump, but she issued a scathing 9-page resignation letter off of the quid pro quo of the exchange of the Trump administration telling out loud, Eric Adams, an elected official, you play ball on policy related to immigration status with us. And that indictment that happened under the Biden administration, we'll sort of make it go away, but we'll hang it over your head as a sword. And if you don't play ball with us, we'll drop the guillotine and drop your head off. I mean, that's basically the deal. He sat on the lap of Tom Homan, almost literally during Fox and Friends. The borders are chuckling it up. And I've met Mayor Adams. I was a moron, and I donated to Mayor Adams' campaign after a fundraiser when he was running. I had high hopes for Mayor Adams.
Thank you for following Part-Time Pete.
But that is the unholy, corrupt deal at the center. We know it because an outgoing interim acting U.S. attorney for Manhattan said it out loud, and she also declared that not only do none of the career prosecutors support the dismissal of the indictment, but they actually asked Department of Justice Pam Bondi / Emil Bove, who's I call him the Grim Reaper for the Department of Justice until Todd Blanche gets into the chair as the number 2 in the Department of Justice. He'll drop down to number 3. She went to them in Main Justice in Washington, Danielle Sassoon, and said, we want to re-indict. We want a superseding indictment because we think he lied to the FBI and he tried to destroy evidence. That's pretty damning stuff. So they said, no, don't do that because we're going to be doing this deal with him. So nobody in the office wanted to sign it until Ed Sullivan, a senior member, said, I'll sign the motion to dismiss, or what we call null pros, the indictment. But he didn't show up in court. So all that Dale Ho had in court was Emil Bove and Alex Spiro, the lawyer for Eric Adams, who's also the lawyer for Elon Musk, just to show you the incestuousness here of the Trump administration knows no boundaries. And what we would hope is what happened is that Dale Ho looked around the courtroom and said, I got a problem. I got nobody in opposition here because of the nature of the deal that you've struck. And I need somebody to argue the other side and get to the bottom of the facts that are set forth in Danielle Sassoon's letter. And he also knows, if he didn't acknowledge it in his hearing, he knows that 5 or 6 other major prosecutors, the heads of the Public Integrity Unit in Washington, resigned over this very thing, because of this potentially corrupt deal. I pushed for something else in my hot take. I thought, my interpretation of a law Supreme Court ruling, that he actually has the inherent authority to go one step further. And he may still do this, which is to assign a special prosecutor to continue to prosecute the case, finding that the Department of Justice is ethically conflicted. But he's not there yet. So what he said is, I need a fact finder. I need somebody to evaluate the facts for me because Emil Bove is not going to do it. And I was like, okay, here we go. Great. You're going to use your powers to do the special counsel. Great. Who is it? And then he announced Paul Clement. And I said, this is back to what you said at the top of the podcast, are you effing kidding me? Paul Clement, the rightest of right-wing former Solicitor Generals, who was on the hump or wrong side of every major issue that matters to Democrats and fair-thinking people, the guy that was on the wrong side of same-sex marriage, the wrong side of gun control, the wrong side of the Second Amendment, the wrong side of Obamacare, that's the only guy who had to leave his major law firm because they told him you can't keep taking these Second Amendment cases while school shootings are going on. That's the guy. This is like when Merrick Garland appointed Robert Hur, a right-wing Republican, to go investigate Joe Biden because they all want to bend over backwards to act impartial. There are plenty of former Democratic solicitor generals, if that's the road you wanted to go down, Judge Ho, that you could have selected. And I would have...
Honestly, this is probably going to end up being a kind of a split segment scenario today. I'm going to finish this video and then probably get comfortable and try to get some more sleep. I had a really rough night with the pinched muscle behind wrapped around my shoulder here. So, I'm still pretty damn exhausted. But, till then, let's get back to this.
Been fine with it. I had a perfect one that I actually played up, I think, right before he did it. Judge Ludick, who's been on our show, who is a Federalist Society, the founder of the Rule of Law Society, a former appellate court judge. He saved our democracy. Let him look into it, right? Not Paul Clement. So this is my fear, and I want to get it from you, Ben, is that Paul Clement, this right-wing, not MAGA, but real right-wing conservative, is not going to make himself persona non gratis in the Republican Party. He's not going to make himself radioactive against getting other cases. Hello. He's not going to make himself radioactive against other cases and take a position that is an anathema or opposed to Donald Trump and Emil Bove. It's almost like the fix is in. I'd be shocked. Let me finish. I'd be shocked if Clement finds. Maybe he does. I'm just saying. Why does it have to be Paul Clement exactly?
I took a class by Paul Clement in Georgetown University Law Center. When I say I took a class, I dropped it after 3 classes because he was too right-wing for me.
Okay.
That's when if you've heard me tell the story before, how they tried to recruit me into the Federalist Society, and then I said, this is not for me. That's my Paul Clement story. It was a course being taught at Georgetown Law Center by Paul Clement and Via Din. Via Din had written the Patriot Act at that time, and Via Din went on to become the general counsel of Fox during all of the election lies, and so he was all over that.
They got fired
with Rupert Murdoch. Probably got a nice payout, but I dropped that course and I said I can't do that, and then I pursued a path in civil rights. Now, let me give you this perspective though, which is Harry Litman, the top federal prosecutor. Literally one of the top 3 positions in all of the DOJ when he was in Washington, D.C. He was also the top federal prosecutor in the Western District of Pennsylvania. He thought that the appointment of Paul Clement was a good thing in the hot take because he thought that, look, Paul Clement's, and this could just be, prosecutor to prosecutor,
right?
But he thought that Paul Clement was a serious guy. He thought Paul Clement would come out with a report that would likely be scathing of the decision to dismiss the case against Eric Adams. But ultimately, the issue and the problem is that who will prosecute the case against Eric Adams if the Department of Justice refuses to, because it is now a mafia organization and we have this constitutional crisis taking place. So I think the point was he doesn't expect Paul Clement to look favorably. What the outcome of all of this, is that this is a corrupt deal, and maybe, that one of the things I suggested is, maybe what the judge can try to do is force some sort of tolling agreement amongst the parties to extend the statute of limitations, later on. But ultimately, this is a very corrupt DOJ doing corrupt mafia-style things. And I'll just give you an example, and I just want to pivot to this other instance as well, because we'll keep track of what's going on there. But you have Ed Martin, for example, the United States Attorney in Washington, D.C. He's sending members of Congress letters right now saying that he's criminally investigating them. You had Congressmember Garcia got a letter, a Democrat here from California, former Long Beach mayor, who's on the show a lot. I think he's a great Congress member. Chuck Schumer got a letter, Democratic senator from New York, and what they say they're criminally investigating them for is their speech, and they say you're encouraging violent protests against Donald Trump by telling people to take to the streets in a way that indicates violence, and you're being criminally investigated. So you have that taking place as well. And this is just who they are. I mean, the DOJ right now, it's not that it's not independent. It's that it's 100% lawless, and I want to put a lot of this blame, if not all of it, also on dicta, a line that was even said in the absolute immunity ruling by Chief Justice John Roberts, who now is woe is me, cry me a river in his annual report about we have to protect against people not following judicial orders and overreach by executive branch and blah, 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 blah. He literally said one of the categories for absolute immunity is what the president says to their attorney general, which it's like, hey, Chief Justice John Roberts, do you have no indication of the law as well that the DOJ and the main executive, even though the DOJ is part of the executive branch, but the White House and the DOJ always had a history of being independent, and now you want to immunize if the president gives directives to the attorney general? That was never the way it's supposed to be. So, Popok, I just wanted to flag that. I want to turn, though, to the TROs. The one that went up to the Supreme Court. You see how I transitioned there talking about the Supreme Court to the Supreme Court ruling on a TRO involving a special counsel. We'll talk about that. I also want to talk about the media finally standing up. I want to take our last quick break of the show. I want to remind everybody about Michael Popok's new law firm, the Popok firm that he started. I'm so proud of you, Popok. I know this was something you've always wanted to do in your life, to have your own firm. You started it, and you took a lot of risks to start your own firm, and you've already picked up some pretty big cases, and I just want to remind everybody, just so you don't feel that Popok's like ignoring your calls or whatever, the types of cases that he's handling and the firm's handling are like the most catastrophic of cases. You know, and I'm sure everything's, you know, it's hard to value a crisis versus another crisis, so I don't want to diminish anything, but what I mean is Popok's handling a trucking accident involving someone getting killed by the truck. Popok's handling the case involving people on the airplane who lost their lives. He's representing the family over D.C. in the case against the Trump administration. You know, there are other vehicles for other types of cases, but those are just not the types of cases that Popok's going to be on. Popok, what's the phone number for the firm?
Yeah, it's 1-877-POPOK AF. ThePopokFirm.com is where you would go for that. And just one last thing on that. You know, we're honored to represent the family of a victim on the flight over D.C. A couple days after the Trump administration took over. And it came in the way it should work, in the way I envisioned it. I got a phone call directly from a member of the Midas Mighty and the Legal AFers who was a close relative of the deceased, and we jumped on it, and I jumped on it, and now representing them, and you know, people might have heard there was a $250 million filing for somebody, a husband that lost their life. We're not representing that particular person, but I am representing another person that was in that particular flight. And so it has been humbling that I'm able to work so closely with the Midas Mighty and the Legal AF for some things that matter.
Just reach out to Popok on that if you have any cases that are like that. Let's take our last quick break of the show. Reminder, at the Legal AF YouTube channel, crushing it. Subscribe to the Legal AF YouTube channel as well. Let's get them to 1 million subscribers. I want to see them hit 1 million subscribers by the time we hit 5 million subscribers. Let's get there together. Let's take our last quick break of the show, everyone. Thank you.
Let's be real. 2025's been all about change. Whether it's work, the world, personal stuff, or just the daily grind, it can be hard to keep up. But here's the deal. When things get hectic, we don't have to go through it alone. Embrace the power of nature and elevate your everyday with VIA. Trusted by over 500,000 happy customers, VIA is the Swiss Army knife of wellness, dedicated to harnessing the natural benefits of hemp to create high-quality wellness products. Whether you're looking to improve your sleep, focus, recovery, or add a little pep to your step, VIA has something for you. With products ranging from 0 to 100 milligrams of THC, VIA gives you the power to blaze your own trail. VIA is well-renowned for their award-winning THC and THC-free gummies and vapes, THCA flower, soothing topicals, and calming drops. All crafted with the highest quality hemp, sourced from trusted, independently owned American farms. And the best part, VIA legally ships to nearly all states in the U.S. in discreet packaging directly to your door with a worry-free guarantee. No medical card required. So if you're 21 years or older, check out our link to Via's website, link in our description, and use code LegalAF for 15% off. And if you're new to Via, get a free gift of your choice. Look, for me, with my sleep compromised by my media career and my family commitments, I need to get the most out of every bit of my pillow and brain turn-off time. That's where Via's Dreams Sleep Gummies with 10 milligrams THC came in handy. I was able to enjoy peaceful sleep, but with the peace of mind that I was doing it with all natural products and ingredients, formulated to promote sleep and calm the mind as well, and with no grogginess when it was finally time to get up. Unlock the power of nature with Via's organic and vegan hemp extracts, perfect for relaxation and rejuvenation. Via is the only lifestyle hemp brand. They use compounds found in hemp, along with active plant extracts to create products, each with a specific effect in mind. Via is well known for their premium THCA flower, grown indoors in state-of-the-art facilities and harvested at 8 THCA levels to emphasize a natural aroma and flavor. The THCA flower strains are grown with care and rigorously tested to ensure the highest quality, free from harsh pesticides or nasty chemicals. Via's premium products fit your budget, and their customer service experience is, well, a dream. If you're 21 years or older, check out the link to Via in our description and use the code LegalAF to receive 15% off. And if you're new to Via,
I'm still exhausted
after you purchase, they ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Enhance your everyday with Via. Oh, I just completed what could have been a logistical nightmare and grounds for a divorce in most states, moving my family, including a baby, wife, cars, dog, and 14,000 pounds of personal belongings, 2,000 miles to our new home in 7 days, including driving our dog to the new home with the best man for my wedding. Without many months of planning to make this run easy and time efficient, this could have been an epic fail. Creating a trust and will is a very slow and time-consuming process, leaving you less time for more important tasks. Trust and will makes creating your will easy and time efficient, meaning you can focus on other important tasks. Get 10% off at trustandwill.com/legalaf. Trust and Will takes the scary out of the process, and its simple-to-use website and straightforward process makes it easy for me to recommend it to people close to me who have it all going on, except when it comes to their will or trust. And that's my gift to them for turning them on to trust and will. Peace of mind, knowing that they are taking care of a big part of their future planning and taking care of their loved ones. Each will or trust is state-specific, legally valid, and customized to your needs, like care wishes, nomination guardians, final arrangements, and power of attorney. Ensure your family and loved ones avoid lengthy, expensive legal proceedings, or the state deciding what happens to your assets. Their simple step-by-step process guides you from start to finish, one question at a time. Save loved ones time and stress by having all your documents in one place with bank-level encryption. And live customer support is available through phone, chat, and email. Used by hundreds of thousands of families and counting. Uncomplicate the process with Trust and Will. Protect what matters most in minutes at trustandwill.com/legalaf and get 10% off plus free shipping. That's 10% off and free shipping at trustandwill.com/legalaf.
Welcome back to Legal AF. Thank you to all of those pro-democracy sponsors. I'm feeling energized. I'm feeling pumped up on this episode of Legal AF. Popok, let's talk about some of the various TROs. You have Judge Ali in Washington, D.C., saying that Elon Musk, Donald Trump, could be held in contempt in the future for USAID. And hey, I issued a temporary restraining order saying that you can't stop funding these organizations. They need to stay funded based on what Congress appropriated. Fund them, and there's evidence to suggest that you're not complying with the order. The judge didn't hold them in contempt on this hearing, but indicated that the judge would be looking into that as well. So I think we're going to be seeing a wave of those types of cases as well. You also had some of the state AGs. By the way, I did an interview earlier today with the Arizona Attorney General, Chris Mays. She didn't mince words. Go back and watch that interview that dropped earlier today where she called what Musk and Trump was doing, she called it a coup. And I want you to know, and I like that you have attorney generals out there so strong with their language and actually call it what it is, because that is what it is in my opinion. So then she and a bunch of other attorney generals also, again, reinforcing that Elon Musk can't have access to this treasury data that he was trying to get. Who knows if he's already gotten it, is the reality, is that he and Big Balls and all of his people probably already have that information anyway. That will come out during discovery, and we're hearing all these people saying, can we subpoena Elon Musk already? And that's one of the things I asked Chris Mays, which was like, let's get, why don't you just depose Elon? Get Elon under oath so he can answer these questions. That's the way our system should work. But Popak, tell us about the one that went down in the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that one is interesting because of what it means for the future and the lineup here. On its face, it was really just the first of, we've outlined there's 20 or 30 preliminary injunctions. Generally, appellate courts stay away from the first level of injunctions, which we call temporary restraining orders, or administrative stays, because it's not ripe yet and they don't really have their jurisdiction until there's at least the next level up, which is a preliminary injunction. They sound the same, they're based on the same factors, it's just the way the record is prepared, and it's kind of whether it's a final order or a certain type of what we call a writ. And so appellate courts don't generally deal with temporary restraining orders. However, there's one involving the Office of Special Counsel, which sounds like what Jack Smith was, but it's not the prosecutors. It's another sort of misnamed department within our U.S. government that deals with federal workers and laws that apply to them. It's an important position, and Biden appointed somebody that I know, Hampton Dellinger, to be the special counsel in the Office of Special Counsel with a 5-year term, and he can only be removed under the way that office was created by law. He can only be removed for some wrongdoing, for some cause, not because he's the wrong party. That's why we've always had postmaster generals that end up being the postmaster general for the next incoming president, or the FBI director on a 10-year term, or the Federal Reserve chairman on a 10-year term, overlapping administrations on purpose, because Congress didn't want to make these positions the playthings of politics and make them political, so that Donald Trump could say, postal, I'll take that postal service, I'll take this. Well, that's why laws were put in place not to do this. So Hampton Dellinger ran to D.C. Circuit Court, D.C. trial court level, federal court, and got a temporary restraining order because there's no grounds to remove him. You did a little bit of disclosure. I'll do the same thing. Hampton is the son of my constitutional law professor, the late Walter Dellinger, who was a Solicitor General in the United States, was the White House counsel. His mother, Ann Dellinger, a titan in the world of government, School of Government at the University of North Carolina. Law and politics at the intersection is how he was created, and it's in his blood. You couldn't ask for a finer, more upstanding, more ethical person than Hampton Dellinger for the position. So all of this is just BS in politics. There was an appeal of the TRO, which is already unusual, to the D.C. Circuit Court in a 2-1 decision. A Trumper, Katsas, voted against. 2 of the judges of the D.C. Circuit said, we don't have jurisdiction. This is a temporary restraining order, and the judge is holding a preliminary hearing on the preliminary injunction in 8 days. Why are you here? Go away. Well, that wasn't good enough for Donald Trump. I don't know why they thought this was the best first case to bring up and run up the flagpole at the United States Supreme Court, but they did. And so they filed an emergency application, emergency writ, with the United States Supreme Court, which usually ends up on what we used to disparagingly call the shadow docket, and handled by the first judge that's responsible for that particular circuit, which in Washington is Chief Justice Roberts. Roberts sort of turned it over to the rest of the 9. of the panel rather than make the decision himself. He could have made it himself and just said, we got 8 days, now 5 days until the hearing about whether he should be reinstated or not. Why are we here? But he didn't. He just did an administrative stay, effectively, and held it in abeyance with the support of everybody. Well, we don't know if it was everybody. I'll tell you who dissented. Until the hearing on Thursday or Friday. And so it's a loss on paper at the Supreme Court. But let's get to the molecular level. Gorsuch wrote a dissent that was joined by Alito. That is, sends a chill down my spine the way it was written. Because they drank the Kool-Aid when it comes to the unitary president theory, as has Kavanaugh, about the president can do no wrong and commit no crime. And therefore, if he doesn't want to have the person occupying the office, he shouldn't be forced, even for 5 days or 5 minutes, to have the person that's not of his choice, regardless of what the statute says, regardless of what the 5-year appointment says. It shouldn't be allowed at all. And he took great umbrage, Gorsuch, that President Trump, or any president, would be forced to work with somebody he doesn't want to work with for even 5 days. I was like, are you effing kidding me? Completely ignoring the substance of anything. And so he would have reversed this thing and done it now, as would Alito. What it means for me in the future is that if we're looking to the Supreme Court to be the firewall against Donald Trump and his rogue behavior from an exercise of power or abuse of power standpoint, we got some problems, because Alito, Gorsuch, and Thomas, who have formed this unholy trinity, this triumvirate, there's no doubt now where Gorsuch is. He's always on the hump side. He's always on that side. And that leaves in the middle, even though it's center-right middle, center-right middle, Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett. Because the Democrats, the democratically appointed wing of the Supreme Court, are going to find that Donald Trump is out of his mind and out of control, time and time again. Question is, how do we get from 3 votes to 5 votes to count to 5 in order to stop Donald Trump? And it's going to come down. Kavanaugh, I used to call him a free radical. He's not. He is more likely than not to get pulled over in the tug of war over to Gorsuch's side, which means we got to fight. When whoever's the Supreme Court advocate, who's ever doing the briefing, the amicus briefs, we gotta aim for Amy Coney Barrett and hope that Roberts comes along more often than not to form a 5 to 4 on things that matter about reshaping this relationship between the presidency, Congress, Senate, Congress including the Senate and the House, and the American people. Because that's what we're watching before our very eyes. Donald Trump's, his intended legacy is to completely disconnect. He says he's making it more accountable. He's not. He's disconnecting the White House and the presidency from the accountability to the American people. Certainly, no check or balance is in the works with his legacy. And the question is this, John Roberts already, listen, when they write the books about the worst Supreme Court justices, you and I studied, this heavily in law school. I can name 2 or 3 that were pretty terrible. I mean, John Roberts, the things that have happened on his watch between reproductive rights, abortion rights, voting rights, the immunity decision, insurrectionists, empowering this Leviathan, this Frankenstein monster that's ravaging the countryside in the form of Donald Trump's presidency, he's going to go down in history. The question is, in the remaining time he has left, until he retires, is he going to start fixing what he broke with the immunity decision that you outlined? I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think that he's horrible. I think they're all horrible. And I think that a lot of these cases, at the most extreme level of kind of Trump abuse birthright citizenship, I think the Supreme Court will uphold birthright citizenship. When it comes to, some of the kind of outright, expressly authoritarian, maybe you'll get a 5-4 decision stopping Donald Trump there. I think on a lot of the other stuff, when it comes to taking away people's Medicaid and Social Security and the kind of the pain they're inflicting on everyday Americans through a lot of these the dismantling of the government. I think ultimately the Supreme Court, I think at some point you have to come to the realization that the right wing measures their wealth not in their own monetary gain, because how many yachts and planes do you need, but in the suffering of others. And I think you just have to come to the conclusion sometimes that these are just horrible human beings, and they're evil and they're bad people, and they want bad outcomes because they like to see people hurt. And I think that the litigation strategies we discuss and the fighting back is essential. If you cede the legal fights, then they'll bulldoze all of this. But to me, the legal is a major weapon, but it's not the only one. It's so needed, but you can't rely on the Supreme Court to ever do anything good. They've demonstrated that when they call themselves conservative, they mean conserving the monarchy and conserving what was before the Declaration of Independence. That's my view of what they've meant this whole time. But I don't want to be like, we need this. The same way in a war, you need different types of tools. This is an important one. It's important to stop what the unlawful acts. It's important that people see when the Supreme Court doesn't do the right thing over and over again. But again, you are listening to this. You are the person you've been waiting for. Yes, it would have been great if it was Jack Smith or this prosecutor or that leader, but it's you watching at home. It's you fighting for your rights and defending your freedoms. That's what it's going to come down to, in my view. Finally, Popok, I want to talk about, though, the media fighting back. You have Ann Selzer's incredible opposition, basically saying that this is the Trump's lawsuit. This is the stupidest lawsuit that's ever been filed, ever. She basically says, you're suing me because you didn't like my poll. Is this the dumbest piece of trash? She doesn't use these exact words, but is this the dumbest piece of trash lawsuit that ever exists? And what are your damages? What are you even talking about? It's axiomatic that polling of politics is First Amendment protected speech. Get the hell out of here. Federal judge in Iowa, dismiss this piece of trash right now, or do you want to be the first judge ever that makes a ruling that will go down in history as even maybe one of the stupidest rulings ever? That's basically, if you paraphrase what they argued, that's what they argued there. Then you had CBS, as I said at the outset of the show, saying, hey, we haven't reached any settlements yet. We want discovery. It's in their case management order was filed in that case. And they basically said, look, Donald Trump joined Ronnie Jackson, the Congress member from Amarillo, Texas. The hell? And they're both claiming that their injury, what is their cause of action? Consumer damages. They're saying that they were hurt as consumers in Texas
for $20 billion.
For $20 billion. Even Judge Kaczmarek, this is, and I think the approach by CBS, they won't say it. They'll be like, look, Judge Kaczmarek, we know you're a MAGA judge, but if you go this far, you're just going to look like the stupidest, and it's going to hurt your ability to actually be the MAGA judge, because people will view you as the biggest clown ever if you're going to say that this is a viable case. Like, what are we even talking about? But they said, look, let's take some discovery of Donald Trump. As I said in another hot take, I was like, look what Cohen did. Cohen said, I want Trump's deposition, and then Trump had to dismiss the case because Trump was too chicken shit to show up for his own deposition. So just take discovery of this idiot, this vexatious piece of crap, whiny, bratty, golden spoon, oligarchical freaking moron. Just ask for his deposition. Oh, yeah, I'll tell you how I really feel about that pathetic, weak idiot who's running the country right now into the ground, I should say. And then you had the Associated Press file a lawsuit. We talked about it at the outset, so we don't need to go into it in that much detail. But Popok, I do think it's just worthwhile to give a little bit of gloss over it in addition to what I said. What do you think about those lawsuits?
I'm going to tie it together the way you won't. I think that I gave up on mainstream media a long time ago. That's why I joined independent media and helped you and your brothers with this network and forming Legal AF. Because I, as a consumer, was disheartened by, and I've been a consumer of mainstream media my entire life. My mother used to joke that I read the New York Times cover to cover when I was 8. We lived close to New York. And so that, I shared people's disappointment that we knew that the legal and political issues were being given short shrift by mainstream media that couldn't figure out a way to make a buck with it, or couldn't figure out that their audience craved it or needed it, especially in the era of Trump or the time of Trump. And so I kind of, and then you see, how people consume news. Most people before YouTube, before even Midas Touch, were getting their news from like Facebook, depending upon what era you grew up in or what generation you are. Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and everything else, and had been cutting the cord a long time ago, leading to, sort of this explosion on YouTube. Now, a real estate piece is now occupied and conquered by Midas Touch and its audience. Can't do it without the audience, and so we're always humbled by those that support us. So the tech guys, tech bros that were running the Facebooks and the Amazons and the Bezos, who are all worried about shareholder value and the size of their yacht, is lining the Trump pockets with hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not making that number up. It's not hyperbolic. Since the election, like Melania gets $40 million from Jeff Bezos. For what reason? The next highest, he could have just bid $12 million and $1 and beat Disney. Why did he pay $40 million? We'll put that aside for a minute. So you had all them bidding, and everybody donating for the Trump library, whatever that. I think they should donate to a Jan 6 museum, like the 9/11 museum. That's what I think America really needs for that era. Now you've got CBS, which is in a weird spot because they're dealing with the deal maker in chief who thinks everything's transactional and everything's a deal. Cuts the legs out from under Ukraine in order to bring them to the table about rare earth mineral mining, in order to cut the deal with Russia and not get back and not obtain any of the territory that was violently taken away from them. You've got that guy going on, and so CBS is owned by Paramount. Paramount wants to do a merger with Skydance, and that has to be approved by the FCC, the Trump FCC. And so I thought, well, they're just going to cave on this $20 billion number because they don't like the way Bill Whitaker's interview with Kamala Harris was clipped and edited for Face the Nation. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? First of all, this is like Ann Seltzer. You won the election, okay? So whatever promo clip they were using on 60 Minutes didn't work. And when you see the transcripts, by the way, side by side, of what the full paragraph was of Kamala Harris's response about Israel and the clip, I mean, it's a legitimate edit. They always say in 60 Minutes, for the full interview, go to, when they give you the website, you can go look at the full interview if that's what you're interested in. But they get to make editorial decisions as part of editing, as part of the First Amendment and freedom of the press. $20 billion is bigger than the amount Paramount is worth. And how is possibly Donald Trump injured $20 billion? So they filed a joint report where they told Judge Kaczmarek, who was handpicked because he's that single venue Amarillo, Texas guy, right-wing, anti-woman, anti-abortion former lawyer, now judge. They picked him on purpose. They slid Ronnie Jackson, the personal doctor for Donald Trump, election denier, vaccine denier, COVID denier. They slid him in there just to have a Texas nexus, and how is he damaged under a consumer fraud statute? Because they didn't like that one extra line because they wanted to argue that she says word salad out loud. I don't even understand. This case should be thrown out of federal court quickly, but at least they did it. Maybe it's just to buy time to cut the deal, but at least they did something saying we want all your financial information about your meme coin and your finances and all that. Then you had AP, Associated Press, finally got around. I don't know what took them so long. Finally got around after being banned and barred from the Oval Office and Air Force One for Donald Trump, but not having their press credentials taken away because they're trying to thread the needle of Jim Acosta, what happened to him in 2018 with CNN. where CNN was just barred from the press conferences. Like, sorry, you're not allowed in. Here, they're letting AP in, but not in the places where they want to be, they need to be. And that impacts billions of viewers of AP, Associated Press-related things. So they have finally gotten around to file a temporary restraining order alleging First Amendment and Fifth Amendment, which is the property interest, has been taken away from them. Their ability to do their job without due process. That's the exact same foundational attack that CNN successfully used, and the Trump administration backed down when Jim Acosta eventually got his full credentials back. I think the same thing's going to happen here very, very quickly, and they're going to have to relent and let AP back in. The only reason I said it's a little bit late is that I would have filed this within 48 hours. There is this concept that you and I have talked more about than we care to, called irreparable harm. Everybody's becoming an injunction expert on legal AF. And irreparable harm, one aspect of it is the thing is so bad that's happening to you and can't be fixed with money damages at some later time. You can't unscramble the egg or put the toothpaste back in the tube. And one way you demonstrate that is you're the velocity at which you enter the courtroom. And sometimes, depending upon the type of injury, the judge will say, well, you've undermined your own argument for irreparable harm, which is a threshold issue for TRO, because where have you been? It's 8 days later. That's what hung up Judge Chutkan, among other things, with the New Mexico and the Chris Mays lawsuit about the funding and the Elon Musk issue. She's like, what'd you wait so long? And what is your irreparable harm? So I think the nature of the harm, it's not going to matter a few days now that it's been filed, because it can't be fixed and it can't be resolved with money damages. It is, by its very nature, the definition of irreparable harm. So I think they're okay. I would have liked to have seen that sooner, a long time ago. But maybe they were waiting to see if he would relent. We'll see what they say in their papers once we fully digest them. So you have all of that going on, and then you got Ann Seltzer, which I don't even understand. She was the leading Iowa pollster for like 5 or 6 different elections. And she got it wrong this time. Most of mainstream media and pollsters got it wrong, although it's still within the margin of error for Donald Trump's win. She had her final poll of polls. She had Kamala Harris winning Iowa. I guess his argument is he had to put more money into Iowa because the pollster said something about her potentially being able to win. He ended up winning by a lot in Iowa. He ended up winning the election. So as she said, what are the damages? So I agree. I think, and she retired from being a pollster after this mess. You know, she's like, I'm out. I'm done. I'm out. So again, it's just Donald Trump using his personal vendettas that he developed a taste for during when he wasn't president, going after Michael Cohen, going after the Pulitzer Prize Board, going after New York Times, going after this one, another one, trying to get money here, there, and everywhere. Now that he's president, he figured out, I can line my own pocket with some, because this is like personal to him. You know, this money, he's effectively prosecuting a case, a civil case, to line his own pocket using the presidency. It is a violation of the Emoluments Clause. He's not using private lawyers for this. And wait till the taxpayers, and you and I will try to figure it out with Freedom of Information Act request, and we can figure it out. Wait till the taxpayers see the amount of tax dollars spent by the Department of Justice and the lawyers they're going to have to hire to go off these follies. We're at almost 3 cases a day being filed against the Trump administration. Well on their way to the 3,000 or 4,000 before the end of the term that I predicted. But we're paying for it because they're playing with house money. The Department of Justice is going to hire more lawyers, going to have more budget. He got all hot and bothered about Jack Smith spending $15 million, half of which was for security to keep people from getting murdered in his group for the prosecution. This is going to be hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars defending these ridiculous lawsuits filed three a day.
Let me give you this perspective, too. With these lawsuits over Trump doing patently unlawful things, and also Donald Trump using the Department of Justice to pursue his own personal petty grievances, and also good, qualified prosecutors leaving, having people like Kash Patel running the FBI. What that's going to lead to is just making us all less safe. The same way we can't really trust the FAA anymore or any of these agencies, because the goal of them is to destroy the agencies, whether it's air travel, the quality of food that we're eating, medicine, as they gut the CDC, putting unqualified people like Pete Hegseth in charge of the Defense Department. When you bring this to the area of law, when you're losing your top talent and they're focused on doing Trump stuff for Trump and not carrying out law and order, think about the cost that that's going to have. People defrauding Social Security, people defrauding Medicaid and Medicare, the actual fraud that takes place of people who set up Medicaid and Medicare fraud, for example, in these systems that would normally be prosecuted. Enforcement divisions are going to go away there when you remove the kleptocracy division that would investigate the Russian oligarchs from bribing people. Ultimately, this stuff has a devastating effect as well on the economy and on safety. And are these people even prosecuting crimes, or are they going to be focused more on just fudging numbers, lying about things, while crime increases as well? I want people to pay attention to that, and that's something that is not getting enough attention. Is they're focused on all of these issues that are like Trump personal crap, and they're not focusing on we the people and doing what their job is in government. They have this real horrific oligarchical Putin-esque view of government, and they're trying to impose that on Americans. And there's this tension right now where finally it feels that Americans who were kind of frozen hoping the institutions held, Americans are like, nah. And it's not just a Democrat thing. It's not just an independent thing. You know, I'm watching Republicans in Oklahoma's 1st congressional district. I'm watching Republicans in plus 18 congressional districts in purple states. I'm watching people saying, what the hell are you talking about? And then these politicians are speaking like they're on X, like literally, you know, the social media platform, not the drug, but it is a drug in its own way of like, hey, and then people are like, what? What are you talking? You're a meme? What the hell are you? Just get Mr. Big Balls out of my private documents and stop allowing Elon Musk to do these things. And hey, you coward, you freaking Republican coward, then get the guy to testify in Congress and say what he's doing. You're too spineless to allow him to require him to testify. You created a Doge subcommittee, but you're not having him testify. Well, that doesn't seem pretty transparent to me. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit, and people are angry. You saw people in Nebraska 2,500 watching Bernie Sanders and John Fain, the head of the Auto Workers Union, you know, talking about we got to stand up for the workers. People are realizing the massive rug pull of this Trump administration and rising up, and I hope that we here at the Midas Touch Network played a part in that, and we hope we're educating you with the arsenal of the law, the full panoply of it, so you understand what's really going on here, what's BS, what's real, and then utilize it. And you can form your own opinions, but I want to go down at a very granular level what's taking place. That's why we have this show. I want to thank everybody for watching. I want to remind you right now also about Michael Popak. I'm so proud of Popak for starting his law firm. I know it was a lot of risk. I know there's a lot of pressure. When you start a new law firm and you're starting a whole new thing, it's always very risky. So I'm glad to see that, because we've always had people here who, whether they were in a car accident, a trucking accident, and a case of like really bad employment discrimination, they were sexually assaulted by, law enforcement or a boss, or received horrific, harassing text messages where they have lots of evidence, or just the plane crashes, things like that.
Medical malpractice.
People were medical malpractice. People were always saying, "Hey, Popak, can you do this?" And you couldn't. So you're like, "All right, Ben, it's just so overwhelming with the amount of requests I'm getting. I'm starting my own thing." And sure enough, already you've taken on a number of cases from our audience, and these are really tragic, really important cases, and the people feel so comfortable knowing that that they've reached out to the Popok firm. So, Michael, where can they reach you?
Yeah, I made it easy, so you don't have to guess. It's the Popok firm, P-O-P-O-K, of course. The Popok firm is the website, and within seconds, you'll end up in the right place there. And then a 1-800 number that I thought was catchy and people would remember, 1-877-POPOK-AF.
There you have it, everybody. Thank you for watching this episode of Legal AF. Look, the fact that Midas is beating Joe Rogan now, that's great. But what's more important to me is that we get our message out to the biggest audiences out there. And this is all a testament to you, our audience. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for sharing this with other people, telling people to subscribe, being a member of the Midas Mighty, being Legal AFers. Thank you, thank you. None of this is possible without you, and we're just so grateful for you. So shout out to the Legal AFers, and shout out to the Midas Mighty.
Liberty Mutual has savings for all. Mary had a little.
Yeah, it's a bit kind of good. Oh shit. Sorry, everyone. It's a little bit too much. Okay, lay down.
Hello there. Sup?
Exhaustion. Nastiness. Yeah.
What you doing up there?
I like them. So if you haven't been able to hear it, it's just nasty as hell out there. And I've been lost. Yeah. So I'm gonna go get some Bobo, some music on, because the wind is scared her. I don't even know if I got proper internet. That's what I do. So I guess I'm back up now. Got a heat pack on that shoulder spot. It's kind of working. It's hard to get that heat down there. Yes, Bubba, I hear you, buddy. How about now? It's about what time I thought it was. Let's finish getting your windows set up. How about now? doesn't mean you're fucking forgotten, you know? It doesn't mean you go and do this one. That's bad boy. This is a few times in a row now that you've been doing that shit. Figuratively and literally. You can just lay your ass down, mister. You ain't going nowhere. I gotta clean up after a pup. And fix CTS. Okay. Waking back up after a nap due to 1, pain, 2, being kept up by pain all night last night, or a good portion of the night last night. And then I've got to clean up after a certain big white canine. How are things going for you? Hopefully there's not no bad news to report. In fact, you're still here says it shouldn't be, but I don't know shit 100%. Big white fluff ball. I got to get some kind of sound on for him. It's such a pain in the ass to keep the heating pad on when you're sitting up. Okay. Ow. There's already perfectly good answers to that question. Yay. Let me book my Twitch account. Make sure everything is still Gucci with that. Okay.
What up, Mage? It's all the way over here, my bad. My bad, it's all the way over here. Oh my god, this is fake too? No fucking shot. David? It's been something. It's something. I'm glad you do, huh?
No, you never work. Alright, let's get all this poop cleaned up. From the Pippy Boy. Who gets angry when I go out and he poops and pees everywhere. He's also big, white, fluffy, and lovable. At least for most people. Not everyone. Keep pretty close to him. No. Yeah, getting angry and going in the trailer just because I have to run to the bathroom, not okay. It's not okay shit, dude. The wind's not going to get you, buddy. Oh. And now, we can get back to our regularly scheduled program. Now, honestly, the only thing I want to do right now is relax. And not feel like shit. Oh shit, it does have all four ties. Fuck yeah. I didn't realize that. That makes things a lot easier, actually. Okay, air doesn't like the diseases, I don't. I'm not gonna bitch. Keeps the heat pack closer to where it needs to be. Even if it does feel a little funny. I'm not gonna bitch. Okay. So, y'all want 7%. Y'all need through that stuff.
CDKeys.com. Shop the latest games and upcoming releases at the best prices. A federal judge in New York is standing up to Donald Trump's corrupt DOJ's request to dismiss without prejudice the criminal case that's been going on for some time now against the corrupt New York mayor, Eric Adams. If you've been following the Midas Touch Network, you know about the corrupt backroom deal made between the Trump DOJ and Bondi, Emil Bove, who were leading that, along with Mayor Eric Adams and Eric Adams' lawyer, where it seemed to be, based on all indications of all of the people who resigned from the Southern District of New York afterwards, and the people who resigned from the main justice in Washington, D.C., that there was this quid pro quo, either express or implied, hey, Mayor Eric Adams, we'll dismiss this case against you despite copious, ample evidence of criminal conduct, but we scratch your back, you gotta aid and abet the criminal conduct and mischief and agenda and or other stuff that Donald Trump wants you to do. You have to say whatever Donald Trump wants. And then Mayor Eric Adams went on TV, went on Fox with the quote-unquote border czar in the Trump administration, Tom Homan, and they were like bragging about the deal. Then they were asked about them bragging about the deal. They were like, we're just cops, man. That's what cops do. We were joking. We didn't really mean it. It made a lot of lawyers very uncomfortable, prosecutors very uncomfortable who resigned. But when you have a grand jury that issues an indictment, and when the case then goes to a federal judge post-indictment who oversees a criminal case, you can't just say, hey, we're just dismissing this case. You have to have some reasoning. The law still applies. Now, normally, this type of quid pro quo would be totally unheard of. Prosecutors would exercise their prosecutorial discretion, have good faith grounds why they would dismiss a case in the first place, and usually without event, a judge dismisses the case. But right now, this federal judge in New York, especially with all of the resignations, the fact that nobody in the prosecutor's office in New York wanted to file this document, and it took someone to reluctantly file it in Washington, D.C., the judge says, no, I'm not just going to agree to dismiss this case. The judge then went on to describe the case law here, how a judge has to evaluate the circumstances surrounding a dismissal like this and determine if it is in the interest of justice. Now, Harry, I guess the first question I want to ask you is, have you ever heard of anything like this in your time as a federal prosecutor, both as the top federal prosecutor in the Western District of Pennsylvania, and then also working as a top federal prosecutor, fourth floor leader in the Department of Justice? So have you ever even heard of a situation where like this goes down? And then maybe just flesh this out for our audience, what's happening here, what the judge did.
Okay, so
a Rule 48 motion which says, I know we brought this case in front of you, Judge, but please dismiss it. That I've heard of. Things like that happen. But they happen, and this is just axiomatic in the Department of Justice, because something is developed with the facts or the law. And the thing that has made this so notorious and forced the resignations of so many prosecutors is that this case, the acting Deputy Attorney General, who was issuing the orders in very sort of overbearing fashion, said, yeah, there's no problem with the law, yeah, there's no problem with the facts, but, for example, as you were just saying, Ben, we want Adams to play ball on immigration and scratch our back. That's like so elementary a reason that you cannot dismiss a case, that you do politics without fear or favor. Yeah. That would, you do prosecution and law enforcement without fear or favor, and that's obviously would be doing it with favor, with cutting him a break for that reason. That's what made...
I'm sorry. A lot of law enforcement is done in fear, favor, or spite. And all three of those need to make sure that they're removed. Because, yeah, no, that does make you a bad guy. Do your job in any one of those fashions, yeah, you're a bad cop whether you like it or not. I won't hold no bullshits about that.
There's the huge crisis within the department. Bove, the acting Deputy Attorney General, had it out in black and white, and that's what made the acting U.S. Attorney in New York and the head prosecutor on the case and 3 different prosecutors back at Maine Justice all say, we cannot do this. So now back to the judge, however, because what I haven't heard of, and I think that I've read about it now, but it's very, very tricky. Could a judge say, guess what? I don't accept this dismissal. It's not in the interest of justice, I find. And therefore, it needs to go ahead. Now, at that point, the Department of Justice will say, well, we're not going to do it. There is some allowance in the law for a judge to appoint a prosecutor from the bar to do it. Ain't going to happen here, I think, Ben. It's too funky, too precarious up on appeal. However, searching inquiries that you describe to figure out, is this in the interest of justice? That can happen, and it already had commenced. The bad guy here, the acting Deputy Attorney General, showed up for a hearing a couple days ago in Judge Ho's court. They went through a few things. The judge took it under submission, and then actually a group of former U.S. attorneys filed a motion saying, you haven't heard the arguments against dismissal. Adams and the DOJ, they're saying the same thing to you. You really, for this process to determine if it's in the interest of justice, should hear from someone else. And that's why today, Judge Ho appointed this guy, Paul Clement. Now, Clement is quite the high-profile, famous lawyer. He was the former Solicitor General. He was a Supreme Court clerk. He's a really tippy top of Mount Olympus Supreme Court advocate. I've litigated against him, known him for years. He is the real McCoy, and if he took this appointment, you can bet that he is going to zealously discharge his mission to Judge Ho and give him the best arguments for, you know what, this isn't in the interest of justice. And those arguments could well involve the development of further evidence, the kinds of things that Bove said or what happened in that room when he shut him in like school children and said somebody is going to have to.
Night before last, I did something to piss off the muscles. Well, the muscle that goes from Just about to peck here all the way, wraps around the equal spot on the backside. Is pissed off. Could have been anything from sleeping wrong to moving wrong.
That happens to me when I sleep on it wrong.
I'm thinking it was sleep on it wrong because I used the 3 pillows that I've got available to me and didn't use them as a sit-up. That's proven to be painful in the past already. Yeah, this thing's not exactly friendly if you don't find the right positions to try to sleep. So, doing what I can to try to make the shoulder not be inflamed. And trying to sit here and take dabs is almost redundant. Because it makes me cough, which hurts. And pisses off the muscle too.
Decide to file the motion. All of that has real potential for embarrassment, and just to me, it's been so important because it shows in this war of words about weaponization who's been lying, who's been telling the truth. Weaponization is when you do things and you don't have the facts on your side. Otherwise, it's prosecution, and it's the Trump forces who are clearly pro-weaponization here, and the previous prosecution.
I'm sorry. It's been clear that Trump was pro-weaponization since he locked up Michael Cohen, his right-hand man, during the first term. So, anyone who wants to say that it's the Democrats weaponizing Justice Department, you're not even watching. For real. Cohen is just the first political prisoner, which is quite a big deal. Don't get me wrong with the just, because that doesn't do it fitting. No, nobody on the right has any room to be saying anybody else is weaponizing the DOJ. Because you're projecting like a motherfucker.
You should say of Donald Trump that weren't. So what I think we can look to how to do with the advice and advocacy.
Okay, put it quite simply, Trump's a fucking bully. Not a smart bully. Trump's your typical rich meathead. Elon's the rich, geeky kid that's typically right next to him, kissing his ass and looking down at their noses at you. They haven't changed. For real. Where I come from, we're we're taught to beat the shit out of the bully. The way I was raised, if I got into a fight, I better have finished it. And I better not have started it either. No. Donald Trump's starting to fight. America's going to be the one to finish it. Elon Musk and these other rich oligarchs are starting a fight. America's going to finish it. You see, the thing about a lot of our redneck and less educated people out here in Oregon, they get to know people in Portland, Salem, Tiger, Hillsborough, the cities, and their suburbs. That's not a toy, young lady. Which means, at some point in time, these rural Oregonians are going to go, say what? Can you show me? And at that point in time, when the way society works eventually does come around and have these people come up for air, I don't know what those two think they're going to do. We the people that live around the swamp thing and Bigfoot. We the people that seen the chupacabra. There's kind of a thing about seeing so many quote-unquote mythical or cryptid creatures. Oh, you little shit. Damn it, Dublin. I've told you how many times your toy does not belong going in the water dish, young lady. No wonder my area over there is soaked. It's wet. Because you threw it in the water, little monster. But the people that see creatures like that and keep it to themselves, you seriously think they're cut from the same cloth? You think the people that make their own moonshine still, illegally, are going to be gentle? Especially after what you guys have done. Yeah. There's a song about you two. You know it or not. Some of us know a troublemaker when we see it. Not all of us. Sometimes our fellow statesmen have to remember or be reminded what the snake in the grass looks like. Some of us will never forget. Damn it, I should have got my food laws up. Oops. Yeah, it's nasty. About today. I would get a shower trying to go take a shower.
Of Paul Clement is really to develop what is not just funky, but irregular, nasty, over-the-top, unethical about the total strong-arming tactics by the acting Deputy Attorney General, and maybe we'll find out it goes higher. And then I think, however, and that part may be a little tough. There may be some pulling of teeth, and even Bowman may say, no, I'm not going to tell you that. And then where are we? Nevertheless, I think the record will be developed. I think we'll see what some of the things that went awry here. And then at the end of the day, having done that, I think you will see Judge Ho maybe give him a scolding, maybe do an opinion that really lays out findings of fact and make clear that this has been really improper, but then says, okay, you want the dismissal, I'll give you the dismissal. But that's, I think, the import of Clement. We're going to really develop the other side of things. And definitely in terms of argument, and I hope also in terms of evidence.
You know what I'd like to see, and I guess, this is the law professor version in me. I like to think about tolling doctrines, in class actions. Sometimes there's a doctrine called American type tolling while a class action is pending.
You are a professor type.
Individual case claims are pending and trailing so that they're not waiving the statute of limitations, pending the resolution of a class action. Just so people know, tolling means it freezes the statute of limitations, for a period of time. My concern here is that if the statute of limitations, runs out on any of these claims with the dismissal without prejudice, could it be brought in by future administration? And what does that look like? And, to me, I wonder if an outcome, and again, I don't know, if I'm being too professorial here in a practical world, this couldn't happen, but that there is some sort of equitable or judicial tolling, even if it's dismissed, to allow future Department of Justices to revisit it, and that statute of limitations are not run while this period of very questionable ethics is outright criminality is before us. So,
right.
If now's the time for those type of doctrines to emerge, I welcome them, but I don't know what you think about that. That's just some dorky professorial stuff.
No, not the professor minus, please. But this is like a classic braiding of law and politics, and Adams is in a whole world of hurt because he came out, as you said, on TV and basically said, I'm going to play ball with the Trump administration. What does that mean? I'm not going to do what my constituents elected me to do by furthering our own immigration policy. So he's now in all kinds of trouble. His three deputies quit on him. One news flash to report. There was some thinking that maybe the governor would exercise her powers, which she has, but they've never been used in history, to remove him. And by the way, since the DOJ was saying, and they said that he got an open court, we might bring these charges again. Once he's of no use to them, it would be very in character to put him back in the hot seat. Anyway, today, to not a lot of people's surprise who are familiar with New York politics, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, made it clear she's not going to try to remove Eric Adams. So he's in this political tight spot, but that gave him.
You got no reason to be pantsing back there.
The hard place he's in, the hard place
None.
he's up a teeny bit because he's not going to be yanked by her. On the other hand, if he really does, as he suggested he will on Fox and Friends, play ball with the Trump administration, that means, let him run roughshod and go get immigrants and the sorts of things that New York doesn't want him to do. It's going to be a
turn your ass back around.
Political scandal. So either way, the squeeze is on him.
You can lay down and stop your shit.
It is Harry Litton, Talking Feds YouTube, Talking Feds Substack, and the Talking Feds podcast. Make sure you all subscribe to all three. It's where I get my legal news from. Talking Feds Substack, Talking Feds podcast, Talking Feds YouTube. Subscribe now, Harry Litton. Thanks for breaking it down.
Oh, fuck yes.
At Papa Murphy's, we filter pizza with the freshest ingredients. You take it and bake it fresh in your oven.
So technically, Donald Trump is toxic, detested, loathed. MAGA Republican members of Congress are literally running away from their constituents in ruby red congressional districts because even in their districts, their Republican constituents are pissed. Why is Elon Musk rummaging through our private information? Why does he have these 19 to 25-year-old kids getting access to our Social Security records, medical records, tax records? What is going on? Why are you firing all of these hard-working government employees and shutting down all of these services? Why are you coming after our Medicaid? Why are you just focused on giving $4.5 trillion in tax cuts to the billionaires? Is Elon Musk ever going to have to testify before Congress or elsewhere to justify what the hell is going on? This is what people are saying again in ruby red districts, but what is Donald Trump doing? Well, he was at the CPAC convention in Maryland. CPAC is run by that guy, Matt Schlapp, who's previously been the subject of a litigation for grabbing somebody's genitals. I think he was accused recently in another matter for doing something similar. I mean, just so gross. And Republicans were the ones who I think accused him as well. Donald Trump goes to this convention yesterday where they have banners that are like this. Here's a real banner from CPAC or MAGA PAC, whatever you want to call it now. The third term project from Trump 2028 and beyond. So they went from Project 2025 to third term project where they compare Donald Trump, and I'm not making this up, to Caesar, and they're saying,
if you've been listening to Trump at all, he's been making it very clear that he has no intentions of leaving that office until he's dead. Just to make that 100% clear to everybody. Because Trump has hinted at it, and 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 hinted at it. This is why I hate people that don't know how to fucking just say they shit. Who won't be upfront and honest. Not because I have trouble understanding what they're saying, but because other people do.
That Donald Trump should be a dictator for life. Donald Trump gave a speech at the CPAC, and I covered it in detail, so I'm not going to cover the whole thing again here. But at the CPAC convention, Donald Trump gave a bizarre speech, and he kept on saying how angry he is, and he goes, I'm angry, and he would just say it so weird. He did it over and over again. I'll just give you
Springs
one
Nursery,
small,
hey Justin.
Hi, Steps. I haven't had a chance to get to that video. I also, if you could, wait. I might be able to remember and find it again. I forgot to put it on my save yesterday, and then I had to update my graphics drivers. So I lost the video sitting there waiting. I was like, damn it, alright. I've heard a lot of crazy things about Manson household. I would be referring to would be household of Marilyn Manson. The other
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. That's okay, you can watch it later today if you want.
Got a muscle that's out of place. Out of place, pissed off. Won't do.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. It's very interesting. You won't be sorry that you watched it.
I don't doubt it. Ouch. Back to this. We got a few more after this. Just a couple.
Incident where he said it. You're playing this clip.
And like it's the form of a military parade.
It would have been done a little bit sooner if it wasn't for the fact of, being up all night with this back/shoulder hurting me. And original wake up at 6 o'clock from the bathroom in this weather. Yay.
And it makes me angry when I see that. When I see that,
that's
I
a
get
tackle.
angry.
So while that was taking place, again, there were these town halls throughout the country because a lot of the members of Congress went back to their home districts before Congress would be back in session. And for example, in this red district that MAGA Republican Congress member Grothman represents, he was like running away from his constituents who were saying, "What's going on with Elon? What's going on with Trump? Why are you doing these things?" And the Republican Congress member said, "I don't believe it. I'm covering my ears." Here, watch this clip.
All I know is people with different abilities, leeches, and losers.
Steph Springs Nursery. Elon's mom's picture was in the first printing of Helter Skelter. She was part of the Manson gang.
Wow. Will you stop harassing the puppy? Dublin. He's trying to be good. He hates this weather.
The system. Yes, I have heard it from their own toes.
Anyone who thinks the disabled or differently abled are leeches and losers, you literally don't have a clue. A lot of us are quite literally here because we should not be in the workforce. It is not safe. It is a liability. Not just for the employer, but depending on the scenario at hand.
YouTube,
Other
Steph
workers.
Springs Nursery. I wanted to ask you a question. When you sleep on camera and you hear the text messages vocalized, does it keep you from being able to sleep, or does it wake you up? I think that would drive me crazy.
It will wake me up if I don't turn it down a certain amount. And there are actually people that do sleep streams to where their sound alerts and whatnot are all paid for. And they make some good money doing that shit. I don't like doing extra paid for shit unless you guys actually say you want it. I mean, even when I want to do games with y'all, my focus is primarily on free and low-end computer-needed stuff. If I don't have something that I can just pull it up and go, type this to play. So I don't have anything along the lines that would cause that to happen other than just the GTS, and I had turned it off and turned it down. There's been a couple of times that they've had people use the sound alerts and the GTS to wake me, and I'm not nice. Not especially in the middle of the night. One person didn't listen after being told multiple times, and they got the ass banned. I was like, this is the last time I'm saying something, dude. Cut it out. Bye. No, people that have sound alerts and don't mind being waken up usually charge for it.
Steph Springs Nursery. I think it's cool to see you sleep. Because I think it makes everybody feel less lonely.
It does seem to be a comfort for a lot of people. And, hey, works for me. It's kind of nice to be able to help people sleep. Especially considering I'm somebody who has sleep issues. Which means I can't do it every night.
I just seen that Germany's right-wing party most likely will win the election. YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. Do you have a Facebook page?
I don't use Facebook. I've got a page that quite literally is there for helping mom and dad out on Marketplace and talking to mom and dad. That's it. I don't trust Facebook.
Not sure if we should worry about Germany going right-wing again.
Germany's not the one to worry about. It's America. Or have you not been paying attention?
Yeah, we're fucked.
At least over there in Germany, there's enough people that went through it, or are 1 or 2 generations removed, that that shit's going to end up going somewhere violent quickly inside of Germany, and Germany is going to be pissed when they're done.
I think MAGA outnumbers us now.
Nope. Not even worldwide. That's just it. MAGA is one movement of, well, multiple small groups. Everyone against MAGA is multiple movements of very large groups that have been around for a while. He didn't. That's why he can't get over it. He didn't. And I still have to get after my news source for trying to sit there and say that it was a fair, clean and fair election. There was no interference or anything. Bullshit. One, we already know for a fact Elon Musk interfered. In multiple ways. Two, we know Russia interfered. Through propaganda. 3, we know that the voting districts have been being fucked up for years now. As in, changed to mess it up in favor of the red state, in favor of red states, red voters. And then on top of that, there are red voters that have knowledge of a particular law from Jim Crow times that allows them to question the votes of your fellow citizen and have them thrown out. As well as if you live in a district, somebody who has the same name as you, let's just say John Garcia, you got 2 John Garcias in the same district, guess what? Neither of your votes count. Yeah, no. That shit wasn't even close to fair or unfucked with or... And some of this has been happening for fucking years.
That sucks because I don't see the chance of last election being overturned. We have been talking over.
Yeah, it won't. It won't get overturned. The only thing that has possibility of getting overturned is people in power. And the people are the ones that will make that happen. I put a few notes out in the anger sphere. I'm going to call it the anger sphere right now because, well, we're all angry. And we all keep getting more pissed off, and more people keep joining us. There's an old saying, if the ants get together and organize, there ain't shit that can stop them. Someone posted that on Twitter the other day.
Steph Springs Nursery. That's fine, I just wanted to know how I could send you the video of Shalom Girl that I was talking about.
Oh, crap. If you've got the link, you could always send that, and I can use that. Because you're on YouTube, it should send the link properly. But yeah, it's like, you know what? People causing all of us issues are the rich people. If we're ants, well, that's a mighty tasty looking berry. That's a mighty tasty looking berry.
I know a lot of Trump voters in my area. We have no chance of getting them to see the light. They really dislike the left.
Because they've been constantly lied to. There is plenty of chance, actually. It's not easy, and it's not something that can be done directly. Put it quite simply, when a people's been brainwashed, you can't just smack them with reality. As much as I would even like to just smack them with reality, you can't do it. It doesn't work. It just pisses them off and digs them in deeper. There is a mental health professional who specializes in cults.
Even if you show them facts, they will not care. They feed the hatred of the left.
See, that's just it. It's what facts you show them. There are many people who have come into not only my streams, but to Midas Touch streams, who used to be supporting. Prime example, MAGA Granny got her pardon. Yeah, She ain't
Have
trying
you
to
had
keep
to ban
that
any
shit.
right-wing people?
I've had to ban some, yes. But not all. As a matter of fact, there are several people that actually still to this day hang out my streams that I know to support the right wing of politics. I'm not saying they support Trump and Elon, just to be clear. Because there is a difference. I ain't got no problem with Republican. I do have a lot of problem with maggots. And American Nazis. Apparently
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. Remember Trump's first term and when Trump got Putin to come on TV and say that Russia didn't interfere with the election?
Uh-huh.
Why do you think Trump and Putin are so close?
Because Putin's an oligarch as well. Believe it or not, there is actually a situation of dominance in that relationship. I'm sorry to anyone who thinks otherwise, but Trump's the little spoon. Trump's the bitch. Putin's the boss. But I'm sorry I have to put it like that, but that's straight up. I have watched the body language behavior of both of those men very well. And very, very much with the scrutiny eye. Trump and Putin are not equals. And Putin doesn't even think they are. I don't want to say that Trump is Putin's puppet, but Trump is certainly under Putin. I'm not going to say completely and utterly under Putin, but definitely under Putin. As far as Elon...
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. I'll have to learn how to do that. I'm not very computer suave yet.
As far as being able to learn and evaluate their behaviors and shit, that's not based on computer care. That's psychology and real life experience. That's from dealing with a ton of people that like to act up. To put it in a very poorly worded phrase. Another way to put it, I grew up with a lot of people that like to be pieces of shit. By action. It's not pleasant. If you survive it, it leaves you pretty set dealing with the rest of the world, though. I won't argue that. Survival rate, though, that's a fucking joke. Chance of someone coming out of that shit without being totally fucked up is not good. I mean, like, really not good.
Have you found yourself agreeing with anything Trump has said in the past 8 years?
Not that I can say it's 100% agreement, because Trump very much does like to try to play with words. As somebody who's a bit of a wordsmith, I catch that shit. There's been multiple times Trump's tried to say something that sounded great, but knowing what the words meant actually meant quite the opposite. And I've caught him doing it a few different times. It just irritates me because these are not big words. I don't see any reason the public should be having issues with them. But then again, it takes a bit for me to say that something's a big word. I'm also not intimidated by big words, so. Especially what MAGA says are big words. Half the time just got me going, what? You're trying to call that a big word? You want a big word? Let's start getting into some phobias. Then at least you've got a reason to bitch that's a big word. Fuck. Yeah, everything that I have been able to quote, agree with Trump has always been tentative and found that he was not referring to what he was trying to say he was referring to by later on course in action. Case in point, America First. Bullshit. If you wanted America First, you wouldn't be pulling out of Ukraine. All the help we're doing over there. If you were America First, you wouldn't be throwing all these tariffs up. Destroying the economy. And even possibly the world economy. Because you don't have a clue what you're doing. There is many a number of things. I think the one thing I could agree with Trump on the most is that he doesn't have an issue with marijuana. I think that's really about it. After a lot of research. Because otherwise, his statements are, or tend to be, I shouldn't say are, there's a 0.1% chance that he'll be telling the truth, but yeah. I've got a lot of issues with his broken promises to his people, his voters. Even though didn't promise me that shit. I didn't vote for him. Don't care for him. I do care that his voters are getting lied to and fucked. Because those are still American citizens. Look at my countrymen. No matter how manipulated they may be. There is quite literally a Shinedown song about Trump. Well, I mean, not quite literally. Shinedown didn't make a song about it. I can almost guarantee that. But as you listen to the song, you can very easily see why someone might apply it, if you know what's actually been going on. I'm going to quote some words from that song right now. Because, like I said, it's pretty fitting. And it's Donald Trump. All you're ever going to be is a bully. If you make another joke, they'll hang another rope. And while you laugh,
YouTube,
it'll be finished.
Seth Springs Nursery. They always show on TV how Trump has to pull Putin closer to him when he shakes Putin's hand.
Yeah, I've seen that happen one time. But then again, I did not see Putin even try to shake most of the time. And every time Trump does do that, watch Putin's mouth. Putin's got a horribly smug tail. It was very interesting to see that Putin-Tucker interview and actually see it. Come find out on his side of Putin. I knew what I was saying was different, but didn't think it was honesty. Didn't think that man had it in it. But during the interview, Tucker asks Putin who he think would make the better president. Donald Trump or Biden? Putin makes it very clear Biden would be the better president for America. And you can see the almost remorse. You can see the broken down to raw emotion Putin.
I think the left needs to make a new plan. We can't let them win like this. My son's age kids are mostly Trump supporters, especially the boys.
And that's because of a few different reasons. And yeah, let me tell you, that's a fight that is being done the same way I am sitting here right now. You've got Joe Rogan.
That means H is
Andrew
winning
Tate.
the next generation.
No. That just means the next generation hasn't pulled their head up their butts yet. And that's particularly and primarily the males. It's not going to be much longer before these guys realize, oh, we're not even getting looked at. No, I know how that's going. I'm guessing you'd be saying about 24? Yeah, I have an idea how bad it is.
My son said even the girls are tired of the LGBT stuff. That's why they like Trump. Feels like we are going backwards.
Trump is going backwards. Tired of the... I'm wondering where these kids are getting their information. Because it sounds a lot like some Joe Rogan and Andrew Tate fucking... what's his name? Just got his shit taken. It sounds like somebody's not getting the proper information.
TikTok, Joe Rogan, X.
And TikTok and X, the algorithm is set up to push you that way. I can say that 100%, as I have not TikTok, Twitter I have an extra Twitter account, and they keep trying to push me that way. I'm one of the pillars at the left on there. Pretty well known for speaking out about the bullshit. Just like you.
My X account keeps throwing Nazi stuff.
Uh-huh. It's because they're trying to normalize it. Like the shooting, school shootings. Like COVID. A lot of people really don't get just how dangerous these fuckers are.
YouTube. Howard. Hi there, my beautiful dear friend. Just wanted to say hi. I miss you. You're so amazing. Love you, friend.
Hello, Howard.
It keeps sending me Hitler's speeches in English.
Yeah. When those of us who are on the left and in the center saying, that's pretty fucking Hitlery, it's one thing. When Germany, freaking the UK, Sweden, Poland, when they're saying that's some pretty fucking Hitlery shit, you might want to listen. When the motherfuckers that had to deal with it in their fucking own backyards are saying that's some pretty Hitlery shit, and building up an army to hopefully protect themselves against America, put it quite simply, I've been tempted to do some research because Hitler believed in reincarnation. And part of me wonders. Part of me really, really wonders. Of course.
So did Jen Patton.
True. And we haven't seen, well, we've not been guaranteed to see Patton's incarnate. Of course, maybe he did. And maybe he realized, okay, I was wrong. It happens. But if...
Patton said we should have continued and taken out the Soviets.
Yep. Didn't say that he was wrong.
Lol.
And that's part of the stuff that I refer to. You gotta watch for little things in conversation like that with people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Because they won't say that, they won't come out and say like I just did that. Hey, I didn't say that. They'll sit there and let you believe pretty much whatever you want.
Is all those soda boxes covering a window?
Cereal and a couple other boxes too, yeah. I mean, that's actually part of a dispensary to go back.
Looks cold in there.
Now the heater going, and windows is covered as I have them. Put it quite simply, if I turn off the light, you can't see me. And it's daytime.
Are you in a basement or something?
I'm in an RV. It's a behind RV.
Nice.
It's actually, this RV is actually 1 year younger than I am. And pretty damn decent shape for being 34. Usually by about 10 years rolls around and most RVs are pretty well in need of help.
I have a 28 feet 1984 RV.
Ooh. Good condition still, I'm guessing. 28 footer of 80 feet, yeah. It's either...
It's nice-ish.
I was going to say, it's either still sitting in pretty decent shape, or it's not.
Still roadworthy.
Nice. So yeah, that's pretty damn decent shape. I don't think we're going to get through all the news segments today. Doesn't help they keep adding up.
My wife and I use it to kayak fish.
I can't say I blame you. It's a good way to get out closer to the spot you want to get out and put the kayaks out. Okay, rude awakening is fired workers go public.
Kayak fishing is life.
I've honestly never been fishing from a kayak. Most of my fishing's been dockside or deep sea. Chartered tour.
It will make you never want to bank fish again.
Then I really shouldn't do it. I hate bank fishing.
I don't like bank fishing.
Neither do I. I hate it. Especially out here where I am. Don't know how well you know Oregon, but I'm out in Lakewood City. Depends on where you're fishing. If you're fishing at D Lake or Devil's Lake, it's not too horribly boring. But you're not typically catching normal fish. Set my hooks out there, and 9 times out of 10 from the bank, I come back with hooks full of fucking clams. Freaking that shit was crazy.
I live in Missouri. Some of the best bass fishing in the country.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm a hobby fisher. Very much hobby. I would, honestly, if I had everything I needed, I'd fucking go out stream fishing. Have a camera set up on my shoulder and then one that makes sure y'all can see my face. Grab my weed, grab my headphones, and go.
I throw them all back. I don't trust eating the fish in our waterways anymore.
Yeah, I'm a catch and release myself too. At least over here, I'm a little bit more comfortable. I have to worry about the microplastics, but sadly, got to worry about that with everything we eat. So,
I bet trout fishing is badass way life.
Yes, trout fishing is really rather active and popular over here. So is sturgeon. So is sturgeon. Last I checked it, we might have thrown them back on the endangered list. I don't remember. Yeah. Freaking Oregon's longest living sturgeon finally died almost 10 years ago. Known to be...
I just noticed that Twitch has people streaming them kayak fishing with Starlink internet.
Uh-huh.
I think I may do the same.
I won't use Starlink because, well, Elon. There's a few others out there that do have the availability. I would suggest checking them out. Nomad's a good one.
I know that's hard to buy Starlink.
It's not even so much hard to buy it. For me, once again, it's an Elon Musk company. I ain't giving him no money. He won't make money off the ads. That,
I don't want to give him money is what I meant.
Oh, my bad. That's what you meant by it's hard. I misunderstood you. Yeah, that was really more me misunderstanding than you.
His system is the best from a tech standpoint.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. Fucker. Can we just...
Backpack internet. Okay, I want one.
Yeah, but... I know it's the best, and just it irritates me, it does. Because it's like, why do you have to be such a piece of shit? Can't we just fucking beat you up and take it and make it more affordable for everybody? Or just, I don't know, blanket the fucking states in it and make sure everybody has a router?
Boycotting sucks sometimes.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I'm going to have to try to figure out how to get my camera and hard drive without Amazon. Still never really liked Amazon, but shopping-wise, when you live out in...
I don't like giving Starbucks money.
Neither do I. The tub of freaking Starbucks that I had yesterday, I got it from Grocery Outlet, discounted to $2. And most of that just goes right back to Grocery Outlet.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I'll watch for things like that. Because then it becomes a nice little fuck you.
I type too fast sometimes.
I get it. I've got a written expressive disability, dude. I'm not going to get too upset about spelling. Or even grammar. And then on top of that, I speak to people from all over the world who have different forms of broken English, because they're still learning. So, yeah, got a little bit of difficulty getting too upset over spelling. I'm a man who can't spell, and I deal with a lot of people from around the world who can't spell the language I speak very well. I've learned to compensate. The actual proper word for that would be adapt, but I couldn't resist taking a chance to use a compensate for something that's not compensation.
Thousands of federal workers every day, tens of thousands of workers have been fired, and now these workers are speaking out in public. A lot of them are disabled veterans. veterans make up about 30 to 40% of our federal workforce after sacrificing on the battlefield and across the country for our military. Oftentimes, our veterans get work within the federal government to serve for their lifetime. Donald Trump is tearing their lives apart, firing them, and treating them like absolute trash. They're now speaking out about it. Let me share.
Yeah, there's a few different reasons why the younger generation is going that way. One of them that I keep noticing, and the left needs to clean this shit up, like ASAP, is calling them kids and teens, even though they're grown-ass adults. I don't know about y'all, but I hated that shit. I'd be surprised as fuck if they didn't. For real. Another good reason why they're going that way was because the right side of politics did have a lot of podcasts and talk shows and whatnot. The left, they didn't even fuck with us. Not at all. We didn't have Kamala or Joe or any of those guys coming onto our fucking podcast and talking with us. No, they ignored podcasters, which is not smart nowadays.
I watch Joe Rogan sometimes because he does bring interesting science stuff.
I have as well for the science stuff. Otherwise, yeah, don't like Joe. Freaking one of the questions on Quora last night, this morning, one of the two, last night.
He did invite Kamala.
Well, he did invite her. And she probably denied it. The left was really bad about that. It wasn't for lack of the streamers inviting these people. It was the left just said no. Another possible big factor, and reason why I didn't vote for either one of them. Neither one of them.
Yes, she said no. I think she was afraid of Joe picking her apart. She knew she was a shoo-in.
Yeah. And yeah, Joe would have sat there and tried to go for every little thing. Freaking... yeah. There were many things that were done wrong by the left. Changing a candidate like that really was not the biggest negative. Really, the biggest negatives were the way they handled or treated the younger generation. Continually calling them kids, teens. Not giving credence to the fact that
she was a bad pick.
She was. She really wasn't that great of a pick. And I'm saying, even when it was Joe. Even when it was Biden supposedly going to be the one for another say. The younger generation still wasn't too happy. And once again, I can't blame them. The other thing the left really didn't talk about, Trump And that Hort talked about a little bit more, but not
Now
directly.
we have to suffer the consequences of a lost election.
We're already suffering consequences of it. And it's going to continue. Until we as a people stand up. There's no two ways about that. Now, it really does matter which way we decide to go. Destructive rampages are not the way to go about it. Collateral damage is a bad thing in this scenario, extremely. Any collateral damage, we're hurting ourselves, so let's be smart about our work. Let's not go on rampages. But there are several, well, as the military would call them, soft targets. That are just ripe for the picking like a good berry. And the thing
It's hard to ignore the fact that Trump won again. It should show us our approach to things should be reevaluated.
Not only should it, it has. At least...
From the left.
Yeah. At least, in the circles that are out here giving out the independent news, actually bringing it to you, instead of having to wade through social media and mainstream media. Which, social media is absolutely worthless to try to get your news from, because it's not designed for that. I don't fuck with anything but my follow
It seems to me that most on the left are in some type of shock. Like they don't know what to do.
Ooh, you are, maybe politically speaking, yes. Those up in politics on the left, yes, I could agree with that. As far as the rest of the people on the left, no. Oh no. They know exactly what to do, and I'm trying to make sure that I nudge the right direction.
Yes, politically.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of the people on the left don't have a clue what they're doing anymore. They are in shock. They're trying to figure out how the fuck this could happen. Why the fuck he keeps getting away with so much shit. Why the hell our justices are not doing their
So
job
what's the real
properly.
next move?
The real next move? For politicians? Keep fighting it, of course. That's the best they can do. Stand up and fight it. Call out the lies. Call out the bullshit. Like they've been, like some of them, like Jamie Raskin, has been doing. They want to troll Congress? Okay. Jamie said, alright. I'll troll you right back with your own shit. And that's part of the draw, too, is the troll. You're not hurting the right people.
I think the Democratic Party has lost its backbone. I wish they would hit back harder.
As do I. And yeah, I have trouble disagreeing with that one. They've lost their cojones. The ones that have it are the lawyers who aren't allowed to actually do anything other than take care of the law portion. And even they're getting pissed. So Yeah. One of the biggest differences between taking out an oligarchy and trying to stage a coup invasion oligarchies are based on money. Money can be a very fragile thing. So can an economy that's been put in place it is. Enough people with a little bit of knowledge can turn the oligarch's world upside down. I've put it to a few people like this, but people are on the left to some extent are looking at Donald Trump and Elon Musk as if they're Kingpin and Lex Luthor. That's an insult to Lex Luthor. Elon is not Lex. Lex has more morals than that. And you could go through several DC comics and
I think
find
this
that.
is way bigger than money. Money is a tool. They want control. They want to guide the direction of humanity.
It very much is. Kingpin. We do have a Kingpin. But he's not here.
They already have the money.
Mm-hmm. And they're wanting to make fun and gloat about it, like, oh, we gotta check to see if the treasure or the gold's actually in Fort Knox. It's gonna be a great adventure. You wanna come along? Anyone who's grown up taking abuse from a narcissist saw this motherfucker coming from a mile away. And guess what's happened every time he's gotten elected? Psychologists and therapists have had their phones ringing off the fucking hook, being asked if they see it. And yeah, they see it. And even though Trump's been silencing them, they're still trying to get out. Right call is TDS. Oh, call. Yeah, the right tries to say anything that is against Trump or or says that Trump did something wrong, they call TDS. It is not what TDS is. TDS is a thing, and yes, it does have the same name. And the psychologist said, yeah, we're using that for a reason. Look out for TDS in the next DSM edition. And, yeah. Be ready to learn about psychosis. As well as cult behaviors. There was different kinds of manipulation, including mental and emotional manipulation. Yeah. TTS is a real thing, or DTS is a real thing, but it is in reference to those who follow Trump. It's quite literally a description of his followers. We're going to go into an ad break.
Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear during the ad break, so I'm not trying to just continue on. Sometimes you guys can hear during the ad break, sometimes you can't.
No ad for me.
No ad for you? Okay. Who? Yeah. It's very much a real thing. But it's in reference to those who are enamored with him and believe he can do no wrong. Because even in the world of psychology, that man is fucked up. That man is way fucked up to the point that his fucked up is contagious. And that is Trump derangement syndrome. The contagion. Which has its own set. Yes, there are such things as contagious mental disorders.
I understand, but TDS refers to the left being deranged because of Trump.
No. That's what the right likes to say it is. Scientific fact actually says it's not. Scientific fact says that the right has been brainwashed, with multiple examples of the brainwashing that's been done, as well as constant manipulation and here on YouTube, and you might want to show this to anyone younger generation, because it might help. There is Dr. Bandy Lee, who is the #1...
I would argue that both left and right has been brainwashed in some way.
And that would be me looking at you and going, then you don't understand what brainwashing quite is. Because to some extent it's simple, but it's not that simple. To be brainwashed, you have to not be able to think about it, the negatives of a situation. You have to be able to be blinded. We are talking a cult-style shit. Literally. Yeah, those saying the cult of Trump, they're not lying. And they probably have some experience with either being in a cult themselves or family members who are in a cult.
Maybe propagandized more.
Definitely propagandized more. A lot of the left is a lot of talking before action. And I can't argue that. I see that shit. But especially now, the left actually needs to get out and do more in the people shit. Because they've done too much
We as
in the
humans are
office.
under many, many forms of propaganda every day. It makes me want to move to the woods.
You are by no means wrong on that. It's just all of it's of different levels. You either learn to work through it, or, well, get away from it. Yeah. Propaganda is a funny thing. This just annoyed me. Maybe after I'm sitting down or laying down for a bit. But right now, you're just obnoxious. And not really helping too much. There are multiple forms of propaganda, and not all propaganda is bad. I mean, straight up, any advertisement you have to cross is propaganda.
Agreed.
And that's why it can be a little bit hard to distinguish what's usable information from what's not. Something that's truly propaganda is not going to be able to have, well, facts tied to it. The negative kind of propaganda is legitimately a lie. And then you've got neutral, then quote, quote, good. Which good propaganda would be things like, well, case of Joe Biden and the infrastructure shit. Him actually saying something about that. That's good propaganda. It's telling you of something that's being done to benefit you or your group. Depending on how you want to see it. We really need to get over the whole groupie bullshit, but to some extent it's also built into our society. Of course, I've never been okay with using the excuses. Well, that's the way society is. Never been okay with that excuse. Never have and never will. It's like, I typically hear that from older generations. If I hear that come out of the mouth of a younger generation, woohoo! There are going to be some words. There are going to be some fucking words. Because, my generation and the generations before me, I got very dislucky in having to experience this for my generation. Continually had it beat out of us and told us that if you don't fix it, you don't get to basically exist. And then if you didn't fix it fast enough, you got beat again. Does that make what our parents did right just because they didn't know? Fuck no. Should we hold it against them? Yeah, not really. I mean, I can't say that about my birth mother, but I also can't exactly hold it against her anymore. Can't exactly hold your shitty-ass childhood against a bunch of sand. Doesn't exactly work. No, my mother full well knew what she was doing.
I think the left should let the Ukraine thing go. A lot of Americans don't want to be involved in any wars no matter if they are left or right. I understand why Ukraine is important, but most Americans don't care anymore.
You do realize how much of an issue that is, right?
Yes.
Are you sure? Because if that information is true, the majority of Americans need a lot of fucking mental help. I mean, like, emergency need mental help.
Yes, I think most Americans don't care about wars anymore. It's something I've noticed is a lot more lately.
I think I get what you're saying, as in really not caring to be in them or involved. That I can agree with. But, especially in a situation like this, if you stop doing what you're doing, you are no more helping the enemy than you are yourself. You are no more giving some power back to the person that you were originally trying to stop from doing what they were doing than if you were doing it yourself. You see, that's something that a lot of Americans can't seem to quite wrap their head around, is once you get involved in something, you're part of it. There is no backing out. There is no changing your mind.
Don't want any more tax dollars going to help Israel.
How come? It's like, let me not pass judgment. How come? What's the reasoning? What's your thoughts?
Wars are just bad. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to see any more kids get killed with our money.
Are people having issues seeing the flip side of the coin on things? It's really sounding like it. In that conflict, one side is quite literally trying to create genocide. On top of that, once again, when you're in something...
I totally understand that letting Russia take Ukraine would be really bad for the world.
Isn't it Israel and Hamas? Or is it Gaza? I don't like war. Never have. If it were up to me, there would be a whole new way the world would be fucking sorting shit like this out. And it would no longer
I
involve
don't know what to think about Hamas and Israel.
Okay. If I've got that connection properly, Hamas is known pretty much worldwide for being a terrorist organization. That would be no better than Putin helping Saddam. That would have been no better than Putin helping Saddam against us. To just back out of that, just let that keep going.
Hamas hides behind kids.
Yeah. They're fucking cowards. In every sense of the word. Most terrorists are.
I experienced this in Iraq when I was a young lad.
I know you meant young.
Young.
Yeah.
Lol.
No, I am not blind to the nastiness out there. It may take a little bit for me to try to remember which group's doing what, but because names are not my strong suit. So it's Jordan and which other African country that was having a feud?
Not sure.
That's where I'm at. Is I keep mixing at least the Israel Hamas and the Jordan whatever up, and I feel like an ass every time because this stuff is kind of important. It's part of the shit that's going on. This stuff that's going on here with Trump is a lot fucking bigger than just America. This really is a world-ending kind of event. And I don't mean local world, I mean global world-ending kind of event. It wouldn't just be American lives changing drastically against their will, but several places. We are quite literally looking at the rise of the oligarchs, who are trying to condense it down to a world single power. Them. And these motherfuckers have been playing the long game. Because they don't have much else that they really need to do.
I don't see a way of voting our way out of this.
There is no voting our way out of this. There wasn't in this election. And that's why I didn't vote. Yeah.
So, my plan is to spend the rest of my life with my wife living next to the lake, fishing every day.
Pretty good thing. Keep yourselves hidden out there, you should be alright. These guys are too lazy to come too far out. But anytime you have to go in for supplies might be risky.
Being next to the lake would be bad if things get bad.
Why? Just thinking infiltration purposes, there's many defenses that can be made with just wood.
Only because it's a water source for bad people.
Okay, fair enough. Though honestly, by that point, it wouldn't be bad people, it would be scared people. And I would advise you to keep that in mind.
If things get bad, the bad will thrive for a while.
Yeah. But I'm going to tell you, some of that bad is going to come from fear out of actual malice. There's going to be a lot of fear if shit goes to hell like that. There's going to be many people that don't know how to survive.
That's why it's scary. We can't boat our way out of this.
Yeah, you're right. But you know what we can do? In technicality, at the point when those who are supposed to listen do not, we the people are, well, have always been, but are the boss. If people don't listen...
So we are basically a failed state on its way down.
Not yet. Have you heard about what's been going on over in Oregon? Let me put it to you this way. There's more than one Luigi.
Kinda.
Yeah, Oregon's basically a, we feel the same way as Luigi does about corporations kind of state.
In short, that dude inspired a lot of people.
And that's just it. That's the kind of person you want to inspire. Especially in a time like this. And then, you want to give a nudge in just the right direction. Case in point, Salem Tesla dealership. Well, let's just say, Oregonians filled it full of lead. I left Elon a note. I've stepped out a couple of times to go, hey, first part of that, fine. That's okay. Last bit of that, don't do that. Don't do that. There's plenty of things that would be called military soft targets that'll do a lot more harm without harming as many people. Ooh, look at that tasty yacht. I mean, Barry. The key to a proper rebellion is knowing how to do it right. proper rebellion, whether I like it or not, does not involve the killing of said figures, but keeping them alive
I
to
hear
pay for
y'all,
what they've done.
but I think doing that will make the normies scared.
I wonder why. Oh, yeah. Because the normies wouldn't think of that kind of shit. We're having a good conversation. Why do you ask? Not actually making it through the segments as I probably should be, and actually holding conversation with someone, which I have always said is kind of a priority. Being able to communicate and understand each other, so I have no problem with the stuff. That's what's going on. How are you doing today? Oh, that is a horrible idea, but that's actually kind of good. Very manipulative, though. I don't like manipulative. I had an idea. Because one of the biggest things I keep running into, especially the younger generations, is they're like, where are all the girls going? Where are all the girls going? It's like, I don't want to hurt your feelings, bud. But a lot of your age ladies out there are coming up and finding guys like me. Because they're tired of the shit. Yeah, mind you, they're not taking your ladies. I personally have a particular kind of women I'm interested in. And it's a matter of personality and intelligence, not physical appearance. But I quit going out looking for dates. I quit using apps to look for dates and shit like that. I quit doing it. And since then, I don't have to. I just have to be myself and wait. But then again, I did get a little bit of inside information from so many people thinking I was gay all these years. Hilarious. I had to break it to some of my female friends at just the wrong moment. Yeah, there's quite literally been times where my female friends went to go change in front of me, and my ass quickly it does an about face, and they're like, "Huh? You're gay, aren't you?" It's like, "Nope, nope, I sure as hell am not." And usually it's at the point of, "And you're attractive enough as it is."
GTG.
Take it easy, friend. But, yeah, you learn a few tips. Not only for skin and hair care, but on how to be around a woman without being rude or disrespectful or too crude or but of course every lady's different. Every lady has a preferred way that the men are interested in with that. As a matter of respect to the ladies, I don't try to figure out that shit. I don't try to think of how someone's past might have affected them in a way that would be manipulative or, kind of fucked up. I'm sorry, the whole guys and daddy issues thing, saying that women have daddy issues things. Stop it. You're just being fucked up, dude. Just stop. That's not the way to be. I mean, unless you really want to be a douchebag, in which, well, sorry, let me rephrase that. Unless you really want to be an incel. That choice is on you. But I have not met a single girl that likes that kind of shit. Be them thinking I was gay or thinking I was straight. And I've met gals that are into pretty much everything. So, Don't think just because you've got some weird quirk or fetish or whatever that there's not somebody out there for you. Be they male, female, or non-binary. You never know. It just really comes down to being yourself and finding somebody that likes you for you. Not some mask you have to put up because you're going out. Or not some mask you put up because you fear somebody might realize how you are without it. But somebody who likes you for who you are without it. And that is some of the best relationship advice you can get. Trust me, I've spent a lot of time focusing on the whole relationship thing. Seeing how these relationships that go 25 plus years work. How these couples live their lives afterward. And how they keep it. That's a pretty damn important feature. I've still not seen the idea of love in the sense of a proper couple put in any more than vagueness. So I've been doing a lot of time and study to try to figure out what makes up that staple that says that it's that kind of love. This may hurt my chances of finding it in the end, but I doubt it. I certainly don't want to find myself in a relationship. I'm sorry, situationship. Say it right. I do want to find myself in a relationship. Fucking. Expressive disabilities for the fuck up. And the holes. Okay. No. I really don't think I care too much to listen to this. I don't know if Cyclopsis is on.
I do apologize for reaching you know what? I think it's more so, this show just got a lot better. But I do apologize.
That was pretty good, Brian.
What if that's the writers will just have Spider-Man win anyways? The writers are the thing that adult villains use as a joke to scare the kids and they go to sleep. You know, oh, you know what? You don't put it right now. The writers will have the hero teach you. It's just, they're not real. You know that. Who talked to you about the writers? Okay, don't believe anything that Wade Wilson says. Okay? No. The guy's on this rock, don't listen to him. Let's logic this out here. Do you believe there's really like these people outside of your reality who write stories and make you lose fight? It's ridiculous, right? No. Just settle down. Okay, I'm going to go away until we can't go spreading lies. All right, all he's doing is breathing. All right, I'll take care of him. You relax. Take a night off or something. Have a drink, and go back to going after Spider-Man. Okay. All right. I believe in you, man. We're gonna get him one of these days. Okay. Wait. Hey, dude. Look, I know you're wearing the freaking rights, okay? Talk to them all day long and yell at them about what they do. You can't go telling other people, especially my freaking Dylan customers about it. Right? I said it's Bob Goblin down off the cliff because he's convinced that the writers make you lose.
But they do.
I know they do, but he shouldn't know that.
And that is why Deadpool is so great. That is why I love Deadpool. Deadpool, as far as anti-hero goes, is definitely one of those that likes to fuck with his enemies. Or his opponents. He'll fuck with you even if you're not, but definitely if you're someone he's got to go after. Oh, shit. As soon as he said Wade Wilson, it's like... Because I knew exactly what happened from that point. Oh, shit. I love that shit sometimes. Alright. I'm going to need to end the news segment, and we'll get over to the midday chill. I'm running a little late, I think. No, I have separate news. I actually am kind of funny. Holy shit, so much fun. I don't conversate too much. Alright.